Hi, everybody. Y'all eat some good food? Yeah, what was out there? Just taco trucks, or was there other food? Chicken? Fun, very fun. Well, we have someone very exciting coming up, but I have to be the boring one that lets you know. If any of y'all had water bottles, they did throw them away, unfortunately. I'm sorry. They don't want any just drinks or any trash like that in here, but so sorry to be the bad news. But I have very exciting news. We're having Lieutenant Alan West come up. I'm so excited. So please enjoy.
I think they set the brother up. They had the brother come out here and didn't even turn on his microphone. What's up with that? Come on, Pastor. What's up with that, huh? Hey, look, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here with each and every one of you. Thank you so much for allowing me to be here at the Texas Youth Summit. And Christian Collins, I don't know if you're in here, but thank you for lowering your standards and enabling me to be here on this stage. And Pastor, thank you so much for allowing me to be back here at your church once again. Hey, how are you young people doing out there? All right. The Chinese have a curse. Some people call it a proverb. And it says, may you live in interesting times. And I think that we're living in some incredibly interesting times right now. And I want to start off by telling you, all of you young people that's sitting here, and especially you young women, I spent 2.5 years in Afghanistan. I was stationed down, I was stationed down in southern Afghanistan in a place called Kandahar Airfield. We were responsible for working with and training the Afghan National Army in southern Afghanistan. They covered Kandahar Province, Zabul Province, Uruzgan, and Helmand Province. And I remember people have asked me, what is the most memorable experience for you in the 24.5 years that you served in uniform for the United States of America? And I always tell them without blinking an eye, it was watching little girls be able to go to school in Afghanistan. It was watching women be able to get in a car and go out and drive themselves, being able to go outside their home without having anyone with them. It was about watching those same women have small businesses. And so what I want you young women who are sitting here right now to understand is that 20 years ago, a catastrophic event happened here in these United States of America. Some of you may not have even been born, but I will never forget that day. When I was down at Camp Lejeune, North Carolina, and we got a call that said, everyone get down to the operations center. And we got down to the operations center just in time to see the second plane hit the second tower in New York. And there's a very dear friend of mine who is also a state senator here in Texas by the name of Brian Birdwell. Brian Birdwell and I had served together many times, and he was in the Pentagon, at the exact place where the plane hit the Pentagon. He had countless amounts of surgeries to repair his body from the wounds, the burns that he had received. I want you all to understand that we don't want to see another generation live in an interesting time. Because the most important thing that we can pass on to you, our subsequent generations, our children and our grandchildren, is liberty and freedom. But as I sit and think about what's going to happen for those young girls, for those young boys, for those people there in Afghanistan, it troubles my heart. And it should trouble our heart as the United States of America, because we're supposed to stand for something much better than that. And what is liberty and freedom? What is America all about? It was Benjamin Franklin who once said, those who would surrender essential liberty for temporary security in the end deserve neither liberty nor security. I want you to understand that each and every one of you is essential. I want you to understand that your liberty and your freedom and your individual rights and your sovereignty is essential. Because unfortunately here, even in the state of Texas, you do not allow elected officials ever to believe that they have the enumerated power to decide who or what is essential. So that's something that each and every one of you must understand. And what we must do in America, you know, back in the day when I was younger and I could run a little faster, I was on a relay team for our high school track team. And the relay team is all about what? Passing that baton. And when you pass that baton, there's an exchange zone. If you pass it too early, you're disqualified. If you pass it too late, you're disqualified. If you drop the baton, you're disqualified. You've got to pass that baton in that exchange zone. Well, standing here before each and every one of you all, we're entering into that exchange zone. And we've got to train you all up and get you ready to be the next generation of Texas patriots, of American freedom fighters, that can carry that baton that represents the torch of liberty, to continue on the longest running constitutional republic that the world has ever known. And the greatest state and the greatest nation that the world has ever known, and that's the state of Texas. That's your challenge. When you look at the Texas flag and you see that lone star, I want you always to remember that lone star right there, it illuminates the other 49 on that flag. And that's the important part of you being here in Texas. Now, you young people face a lot of challenges. I mean, you're at schools, you got to fight against your peers, you got to fight against the teachers, you got to fight against the administration. Adults, we have got to do what it says in Proverbs 22:6. Proverbs 22:6 says, train up a child in the way that they should go, so that when they grow old, they shall not depart from it. That's the reason why I can stand here before you all today. A dad who was born in 1920 in South Alabama, grew up in South Georgia. But when the call to service came for him, a black man, even though this country did not see him as an equal to some other people in this country, he answered the call. And he went and fought for this nation in World War II and was a corporal in the United States Army. A mom born in 1931 in Fort Valley, Georgia, Peach County, Georgia. She went on to have a career of over 25 years serving as a civilian with the 6th Marine Corps District Headquarters. Why am I telling you this story? Because you're looking at a guy that was born February the 7th of 1961. Yes, I'm 60 years of age. February the 7th of 1961 in a blacks-only hospital in Atlanta, Georgia. How many people do you run around and you see were born in a blacks-only hospital today? But the thing is that where I was born does not define who I am. Where I was born does not define what I will be. Where I was born does not define the United States of America. And that's what you must understand. How is it that a young man born in a blacks-only hospital 60 years ago could grow up and become a lieutenant colonel in the United States Army, command a battalion of 600 in combat, when his dad was just a corporal in a segregated army? Because this nation is great. How is it that a young man born in a blacks-only hospital in 1961, at the age of 50, was sworn in to represent a congressional district that when I was born, blacks could not go on Fort Lauderdale Beach. Blacks could not go on Palm Beach Island. But at the age of 50, I'm the congressional representative of Palm Beach Island and Fort Lauderdale Beach. That only happens in America. A kid that is born in a blacks-only hospital, and part of that district that I was so honored to represent, that Palm Beach Island, there was a little bitty house on Palm Beach Island. Maybe y'all have heard of this little bitty house. It's called Mar-a-Lago. And there's a guy who lives in that little bitty house, kind of a big guy, but a kid born in a blacks-only hospital can have events in Mar-a-Lago with a man that will in the future become a president of the United States of America. A kid born in a blacks-only hospital that can sit down on several occasions and can have one-on-one dinner with another person that lived at Palm Beach named Rush Limbaugh. Born in a blacks-only hospital, and can become the chairman of the largest state Republican Party in the United States of America, here in the state of Texas. Born in a blacks-only hospital 60 years ago, and now standing before you as a candidate for the governorship of the state of Texas. That's what makes America great. But I want you to understand this. How does it happen in America? Because America is about making victors. It's not about making victims. And when I think about all of this critical race theory and cultural Marxism that is now trying to divide us, not based upon socioeconomic division, but based upon racial division, let me tell you something. I'm looking out here and I see white faces. Ain't none of y'all oppressing me. Okay? Let's just make that clear. Because since we stand here in the church, and this is the great thing about being a Christian constitutional conservative, we have power in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. We're more than conquerors in our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. You know, God told Joshua, be strong and of good courage, for the Lord thy God shall never leave you nor forsake you. That's why your faith is so important. That's how you can stand up against your peers. That's how you can stand up against the teachers. That's how you can stand up against anyone that tells you you must surrender your rights, your freedoms, and your individual liberty and sovereignty. Because in the Declaration of Independence, no man gives you your rights. Your rights are given to you by the Creator God. And there's no other country in the world that is like that. And so therefore, what is this thing called progressivism, socialism, statism, Marxism? It is all about, all of a sudden, individuals, men, women, government, deciding that they can make the decisions about you. They can make the decisions about your life. They can tell a kid that was born in a blacks-only hospital in 1961, that's as far as you can go, because we make the decisions. See the difference, young people. The reason why I can stand here before you all, the reason why I have been so blessed to accomplish and achieve the things that I have had happen for me in my life, it's because America is about equality of opportunity. Okay? America says that no matter where you are born, no matter where you are coming from, if you got a drive and a desire in your heart, once upon a time, the United States Army's motto was be all you can be. That's what America is about. You being a victor, you being all you can be. Do not allow yourself to believe that when folks come up and say, we're going to give you something for free, that's a good thing. Free does not equal freedom. When people are giving you something for free, they own you. And when people are giving you something for free, they're taking away your equality of opportunity and they're replacing it with an equality of outcomes. They're determining where you will go. They're determining what you will have. I don't believe that anyone sits up every single day in the United States of America and wakes up and says, I want to be a victim. I want to get a check from the government. I want to live in government housing. But if we don't go out and pass that torch to the next generation, so that they understand this Marxism and socialism has never been successful. This Marxism and socialism is secular humanism. It's all about undermining your individual rights, freedoms, and liberties. This Marxism and socialism is not about you being economically empowered. It's about you being economically enslaved. And how many of you young people out there want to be economic slaves to the government? You're our foot soldiers. The reason why you are here today is so that we can encourage you. Because we are on an ideological battlefield for the future and the legacy of the great state of Texas, the future and the legacy of the United States of America. So goes Texas, so goes America. And so goes America, so goes the world. Therefore, so goes Texas, so goes the world. And when you think about the things that we're facing here today in Texas, we've got to have a border that is secured, because that affects the safety and security, not just for you all, but for the great state of Texas. We got to make sure that we do what is right to ensure that you can get a good quality education. Not go to school and have some whack job teacher tell you she's going to teach you how you're a bad person because your skin color is different from that other person, and teach you that because your skin color is this tone, you're a victim and there's only so much that you can do and you can never be successful. That's not what Texas is about. That's not what America is about. We want to make sure that you can stand here on this stage one day and you can talk about how you sat in the Texas Youth Summit. And you heard a bunch of, older folks stand up there, but what they did was they passed on a baton to me. They passed on a torch to me, and I'm carrying that torch to get ready to pass it on to you. That's how we will continue to be a great nation. I have never seen a challenge such as what we face in the United States of America right now. Let me read you a quote that I often share with folks. And I think it puts everything about where we are in perspective. And you see, being in the Army, I used to jump out of airplanes. Not really smart thing to do. I wouldn't advise it to y'all. So the Army already has taught me that you can't remember stuff because you had too many bumps on the head. Write it down. And young people, always carry your little 3x5 cards. I'm serious. Write things down. Write your notes down. Because guess what? This is how you do, Pastor. You study to show yourself approved. I think that's in the Bible. So that when you come up against these other people that want to debate with you or argue with you, you got some things you can go back to. But listen to these words here. The uncontested absurdities of today are the accepted slogans of tomorrow. They come to be accepted by degrees, by dint of constant pressure on one side, constant retreat on the other, until one day when they are suddenly declared to be the country's official ideology. Who would have ever thought that we'd be having a discussion in America about 62 genders? Who would have ever thought that we'd be facing such things as hormonal therapies and puberty blockers and gender reassignment surgeries for kids? But when we roll back and we don't stand up for what is right, when we're murdering children in the womb, when we're teaching these Marxist, socialist, communist theories in our schools, indoctrinating, not educating. By the way, that quote in the 1950s, Ayn Rand, where we are in America today has been incrementally happening over the past 50, 60, 70 years. And why has it been happening over these past 50, 60, 70 years? Because we didn't realize that we were in the exchange zone in this relay race. And we did not pass the baton in that exchange zone. We got one last opportunity to make sure we pass the baton for liberty, for freedom, for our sovereignty. And that's why it is always an honor to look into the faces of the young Texans and their parents and those who are sponsoring events such as this Because just the same as on October the 2nd of 1835, the Mexican cavalry showed up in a little town called Gonzales, Texas. And the Mexican cavalry asked for a cannon back. And those Texians stepped forward and they said, "Come and take it." And through the generations in this great state, Texans have always passed that baton. I want you to leave out of here remembering that your moment, you don't have to sit back and wait for it. There's a 19-year-old city councilman in Kerrville, Texas by the name of Roman Garcia. You're in the exchange zone now. And remember that letter? That letter that was written on February the 24th of 1836 from that place called the Alamo? William Barrett Travis, where he said, victory or death. There would be no surrender. There would be no retreat. William Barrett Travis was only 26 years of age when he wrote that letter. You're in the exchange zone, and I'm about to pass you that baton. God bless you all, and thank you for having me. Thanks. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you.
I love Alan West. He's the best. And he's just as funny and fun in the back as he is up here. Well, we have a missing driver's license. Is anyone's name Pamela Jean Murdoch in here? Anybody? Pamela? Oh, here you go. Yay, we got a winner.
That's my little sister.
Very exciting.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'll let her moderate. She's got a good
Woo! Price is right. Okay. So next up, we are having a couple sheriffs come up, and let's see, it just got on Snapchat. That's not where that's at. So the sheriffs that we have coming up are Sheriff Bobby Adams and Sheriff Woody Wallace.
And Rand Henderson. Oh, wow. All right, let's go. Oh, give it up for Sheriff Rand Henderson and Sheriff Woody Wallace. These are the real heroes, so make sure you stand for them. Well, we're so honored to have you, and we're thankful for all that you do. There's a lot going on right now, and there are a lot of people that may not want to join law enforcement because of the things that are going on. Like, why would you want to put yourself through that? What would you tell young people about a career in law enforcement? And I've told them often throughout this conference that a life of service is a life most fulfilled. So you guys serve every single day. So tell us about why, what the best thing about being in law enforcement is.
Well, thank you, Christian. It's a great question. And yeah, we are in some trying times. Things have certainly changed in the last year with the social justice movement. But absolutely, service matters. Service, have a servant's heart. You've got to get into law enforcement for the right reasons. And it's not to, wear a gun, drive fast, wear a uniform, although those things are kind of cool. But that's not why you get into it. That's how you catch bad guys. So we look for the right people. We recruit a little differently than we used to. Your backgrounds really matter. We try to keep bad apples out of law enforcement because it's those bad apples that give us a bad name. It's not the profession that's bad. There are bad people that are in law enforcement. So we do what we can to keep them out. And if they get in, we do our best to get them out. So if you're interested in a job in law enforcement, my number one piece of advice, especially to the youth, is what you do today matters. We do complete and thorough background checks, and we're going to find out some of the little things that you've done, and we certainly don't want to find the big things. So I tell my kids this, and I would certainly tell you this, walk with Christ. Do what's right. Do what your parents tell you to do, and do things that would be honorable that you could tell your parents about. And that would be a shoe-in to getting into law enforcement.
Awesome. Thank you.
Well, I think when I first started to get into law enforcement, I know it's been a calling on my life, but I think kind of it almost made me look bad because I'm going to say I wanted to drive fast. But I quickly got to realize what it means in law enforcement, and especially in a community like I live in, a small community, that strong law enforcement is very important. It's a role model for younger kids. You have to be good. I don't like the term bad cops, or I don't like the term that not all cops are bad. I more say that if it's a bad person, they're not really a cop. They just put on a uniform. So there really are no bad cops, and I hate to see when people demonize police in any way. They deserve a lot of respect for what they went through, and if you get in it for the right thing, the Bible clearly talks about law and order is where we need to be, and if without law and order, you have chaos in this country. So,
That's a great perspective. I love the way you put that. So obviously, you just didn't go into law enforcement and become sheriff. So what is the process? I mean, for someone here that wants to be a sheriff, how do you get to the place where you're at? And tell maybe some of the steps in your journey of getting to where you are now.
well, becoming sheriff, of course, is an elected position. So we're elected by the constituents in our county. It's a popular vote. So you've got to have some sort of respect. You've got to be a little bit popular, and you got to be able to get up in front of people and talk and make an impression. Because somebody that can't talk real good is probably not going to do real good. But that don't mean that's not a good person. But normally a sheriff in most counties, they've been in law enforcement a pretty good while. They started out whether as a patrolman, or started out in the jail, started out just writing traffic tickets or whatever, and then they kind of promote through the ranks, and they end up getting into a position where the only way you're going to go is if you want to go any higher, then you got to run for sheriff. So in my position, or my instance, I really didn't start at the lowest level. I was always in business for myself, and I saw a void in my county that wasn't getting done. I saw that law enforcement was not being done properly, and so I wanted to make a difference. So somehow I run for constable one time, and I won. Didn't expect it, but I did, and it was kind of a challenge. And so when I was constable, and then I had other businesses on the side, the time come where I couldn't have a really good business because there wasn't no good people in my county to do work as far as manual labor goes. They were all on meth. And I thought if I was going to do something about it, if I wanted good workers in a business, then I'm going to have to do something about it. So then the challenge came for me to run for sheriff. And once again, I run for sheriff. I was the first countywide Republican elected in my county ever in history in Trinity County. So I run, and I won. I beat an incumbent, and the rest is history. I've been here for 3 terms now.
That's a great story. I didn't know that about you. My story's a little different. It's been a lifetime of government service for me. I'm the Montgomery County Sheriff, so you're in Montgomery County right now for those of you out of town. So it is definitely a great place to be. It's a beautiful conservative area, and we really, really love our constituents, and our constituents love our law enforcement. I got into law enforcement right out of college. So I'm a college boy, went to the academy that summer, and started as a patrol deputy in the Woodlands, which is a little community just south of here. And I've been 27 years, so I've hit all the rungs. So think of the military, deputy, then it goes corporal and sergeant and lieutenant and captain. And then it became to a point, kind of like you said, that to take the next step, and it's an administrative position, it's a management position. So I manage almost 1,000 employees and about 1,000 inmates. So it's a big job, but it's one of service, one you've got to have the right aptitude for, and it's all about the power of the office of sheriff is given to us by the community. So we are nothing in law enforcement, and I am certainly nothing as a sheriff without your support and the power that you give me to do the job that I do, to fulfill the duties of the Constitution. So I thank each and every one of you.
I love what he says is he has the power from the people, and there's a reason why we don't have a state or a national police force, and the reason for that is because we should elect the people that are ethical, that can judge judiciously and smart about how they make decisions. And I think a lot of the Black Lives Matter Inc. group and the Antifa and this whole defund the police movement, it isn't just a bunch of anarchists behind this. I think if you look at what happened in Nazi Germany, if you look at what happened, what did they do? They got rid of the law enforcement and they brought in the brown shirts. And that's what they want. That's what the left wants. They want to control our everyday lives, and we have to fight them. And we're grateful for law enforcement that do the right thing, because it's a hard job. And I know that they're in the position sometimes where they have to make the right hires, because these men that are women that are out in the streets, they have to make decisions in a matter of, it's a split-second decision. And maybe could you walk us through some of those types of decisions and situations and scenarios that they find themselves in?
Yeah, it's the split-second decision, absolutely, because we're all judged on hindsight, you know, and it's those decisions that can make or break a career, that can either result in somebody's life being taken or somebody continuing to live, somebody's freedom versus their incarceration. So we have to take this very seriously, and a lot of that comes with competency. So we train to ensure our personnel are prepared for that situation. The situation that you see most often is going to be a use of force, whether it be a combative hand-to-hand situation all the way up to a use of force, deadly force, which would be a weapon or something of that magnitude. And we now record everything. When I was a young patrolman, we didn't even have cameras. We've come a long ways with that. And most deputies, most law enforcement professionals want that recorded because they want the public to see that they are doing the right thing. When that complaint comes in, they want to be judged on what that video shows. We have to be careful. I was a professor at Lone Star College, and one of the courses that I would teach, I would show a video that showed the perspective of one camera in a police shooting with a male that was walking away, and he turned, and this looked like his hand was sticking out. Well, there was a second perspective that after they all say he's guilty, they go through all that stuff. This is a bad shoot. That cop needs to go to prison. Well, then I show them the second angle, and it clearly shows when the guy turns, he's got a weapon, and he points it right at the officer. And so it's that perspective too. So we've got to be careful with that. But we always train for that snap judgment and prepare for it day in and day out. So when it comes, hopefully we do the right thing.
And just add a little bit about perspective. You're never going to see from a camera the actual point of view or the view that the officer saw. You can never see it from his angle, because in a high-stress situation, whenever you're encountering somebody that may or may not be looking to do harm to you, you have to read you have to read everything. You have to read their body language. You have to read their facial expressions. And not all that can be done in a split second. So it's a lot of the training that he said, but you also have to read everything about that person before you just take some sort of action that's going to, like you said, either take a life or put somebody in prison for the rest of their life. So it's a very critical thing. It's all about training. It's all about understanding people, watching body language. But you can never see enough angles from a camera to actually see exactly what that officer was seeing or feeling. It's just not possible. So until you've been in that position, you will never be able to say, I know what he should have done. The hindsight's 20/20, like you said. We always held the court of public opinion. But that officer, if he's trained right and he's got a good heart and he does things right, his actions are pretty much always going to be done the way they should have been done.
I love that. What are some of the difficulties that you find in your roles every day? And what do you think that the community can do to be helpful to you in your roles?
Well, the most difficult thing that I do is I deal with 1,000 inmates there on a daily basis. That's just imagine that's the number one responsibility of the county sheriff. That's what delineates us. Well, one of the many things, but that's the one responsibility that delineates us from a police department. A sheriff's office is responsible for the county jail. So there's 1,000 inmates there that absolutely drive us crazy. And imagine a city with the worst population in the world. Yeah, that's kind of what the jail is like. And what was the rest of the question?
How can the community be helpful to you?
And the community can be helpful to us through being our partner. So we're a community policing agency. I'm a firm believer in community policing, because back to that premise once again, that we're nothing without, we have no power without the people. So we look to you to help us and guide us and work with us and foster the decisions that we make on an administrative level to ensure that you get the policing service that you want. And that's imperative. And so we regularly participate in Good Neighbor Days and Coffee with a Cop. And we hold a Citizen Police Academy for you Montgomery County residents. We have a 13-week course that can teach you what we do and why we do it. And so you'll see from cops and dispatchers and jailers that'll teach you what they do on a day-in-and-day basis, and so you get that perspective. It's really, really informative. So we do our best to open dialogue constantly, so when things go bad and you say, well, what kind of department is that? You already know the answer because you know us, you work with us, you know the faces and you know names within the agency.
That's awesome.
So if you ever get a jury summons, in my opinion, show up. That's one of the things you can do to support your community a lot. It's very important for people to serve on juries. That also shows the law enforcement that you respect what they're doing and that you're going to go. You may not get picked for the jury, but if you get a jury summons, show up. So many times the jurors are not getting picked. The lawyers and the prosecutors, they need a good group of people to choose from. So if you want to do your civic duty, if you're not going to get into law enforcement or you're not going to get into some sort of government like that, when you get a jury summons, go to it. Be on that jury, serve an open mind. Not saying the police are always right, but at least serve on that jury so you can say you did your civic duty.
That's really good. And what about young people? What would you recommend they be doing right now in their situations in life, in their scenarios, to prepare to find what it is they're called to do with their lives? Because I have been stressing at this conference, and so many others have as well, that God has gifted each of us to do something with our lives, and we all have our special talents and abilities and gifts. So what would your recommendation be that they use their time and their gifts for something purposeful and meaningful?
Well, purposeful and meaningful. Do give back. So that you're here speaks to who you are already. You're already civically engaged. You're already, sowing a path toward greatness. Each and every one of you, just by your mere presence. So continually give back. Look for efforts to volunteer, network, get to know people. Ask people about the job that they do. Ask people if they like their job and if they would have made a different choice. Look to your classes. If you're still in high school, if you're in college, or take something just a little different. Look around a little bit and try. I started off as a business major. Now look at me. I switched 2 years later into criminal justice whenever I realized that existed, and I would never look back. So God will open those doors. Don't go kicking those doors. I wasn't great in my business major, and I was kicking on that door because that's what my dad did, and I really didn't know what else to do. And then God opened this door to me to criminal justice, and it's been a lifetime of service in law enforcement, and I wouldn't do anything different. And I thank God every day for the path that He gave me.
I love that. I love that.
I'm going to kind of reflect on the same thing he said. God's going to put you where He wants you. Like I told you earlier, that I was always in business for myself, but that's not where He wanted me. My grandfather was a police officer back in his younger days in the city of Houston, and then he went on to be in business for himself. So all I knew when he was alive was the business aspect of it. And when I was in high school, ironically, I was voted to be the next Donald Trump eventually from school. So I didn't quite make that, but I did get put into where I'm at. So, I believe that no matter what you're doing, if you're following where God's going to want you, you may take this path. Like He said, don't go beating down doors, because eventually He's going to put you where He wants you. Just keep listening.
Well, that's very good. And what about mentorship? I've talked about my mentor, Rafael Cruz, and we all should have somebody that's older than us that can be like I have a great father, but it's like I have a second father in Rafael Cruz, Ted Cruz's father. He's an amazing man. We should all have somebody that we look up to, that we have, that gives us information, advice, and praise for us. And did you have somebody? Obviously, you come into a sheriff's role and you how do you do this job? Did you have people that mentored you and coached you along the way?
I did. I had a work dad, so I had my dad, and he was a great mentor to me. He's he's still one of my favorite humans. And I had a work dad that kind of took me under his wing when I was a really young patrolman, and he really groomed me to take those next steps. He challenged me. He frustrated me. He drove me crazy. But he made me want to be a better person. He made me want to challenge that educational box. And so I took a lot of steps that I may not have taken otherwise. So find somebody that you respect. It doesn't have to be somebody at work. It doesn't have to be somebody at school. It could be somebody at church, anyone that you look up to. And there could be multiple mentors. I've been mentored by probably 3 people in my life. And I would have liked to have had a lot more, but these are ones that I kind of globbed onto, and it worked out pretty well. And I encourage you to do the same, because there's people that, believe it or not, have more life experience than you do. And they might be able to teach you a thing or two to keep you from making those pitfall mistakes that they already made. You just got to listen whenever you're giving the advice.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah, so one of the hardest things is to not reinvent the wheel, to listen to what the other people that's been there have done. I was very fortunate and blessed to have multiple people in my life that were able to mentor me and shape me over the years of where I was going to end up at, and some of them being from family to just acquaintances and business people in the community. I always heard from a very young age is you surround yourself by what you want to be like one of these days. And I learned that very young. So I started watching people that I wanted to be like, and some of them were in business, some of them were in law enforcement. So, and eventually I got to where I'm at today.
That's really good. And one thing I can say about mentorship is sometimes you don't have like a perfect Elisha situation. For many of my years in life, I didn't have like a Paul, Timothy type of relationship with people, outside of my father. But what I did do is I read books, I listened to podcasts, and you can learn from a variety of people in different ways, and even from a distance. You don't have to know them. I can listen to Tony Robbins or John Maxwell or read Donald Trump Jr.'s book. I didn't know Donald Trump Jr. really, until like about 6 months ago. So, we formed a friendship now, but back then I didn't know him. You can read their books, you can read their, learn about their podcasts. You can learn a variety of different ways. You don't always have to know the person, but you can allow yourself to be trained and educated. You can put yourself in conferences and go to the right places to learn everything that you need to know to get to where you want to go. Last thing I want to end with is prayer for you. And so this is totally extemporaneous. Rafael Cruz, would you come up and pray for these sheriffs? And let's all, if you would stand and just extend your hand and pray for these gentlemen.
Thank you for your service. Great to see you, sir. Let us pray. Our Father, Lord God, I thank you, Father, first of all, for the great country that we live in, a country that was built upon the Constitution and the rule of law. And I thank you, Lord God, that civilization has been able to progress in this country because of that abiding by the rule of law. I pray that these 2 men that have dedicated their lives, Father, that we may live a safe and secure life. May we, first of all, be grateful for their sacrifice, their commitment to make us safe and secure. And I pray, Lord God, a hand of protection be upon them or upon their families, Father, and that you will give them the wisdom to be able to lead and direct each and every person in their departments, Father, that we may live a quiet and peaceful life to your glory, Father. Be glorified through us and through their lives, Father. We commit their continued service to you, Father, in the name of Jesus. Amen.
Amen. We'll give it up for Sheriff Rand Henderson and Sheriff Woody Wallace. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Well, I just absolutely love cops. I back the blue. Who else here backs the blue? I know, they deserve so much gratitude, and it makes me, every time I see a cop and see someone that serves, I want to make sure I'm always, I tell them that, just thank you. Next up, we're going to be having a panel about the Texas border crisis, and we have a little video to introduce everyone.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Reagan Reed. I'm the editor of the Texas Citizen Journal. Be sure to go look it up on social media. And with us today, we have congressional candidate Sandra Whitten.
Hi.
She is running down in South Texas against a Democrat incumbent. And then we have former Texas State Senator Don Huffines. He might as well be running against a Democrat incumbent. He is running for governor of the great state of Texas. And so we are going to be doing a panel discussing the situation on the border, border security. And so I want to turn it over to you guys and kind of tailor the questions to your respective fields that you're running for. So Sandra, on the federal level, say you get elected to Congress, you're going to be one out of 435 people up there. What can you do as a congresswoman to deal with this border situation?
Well, you know, I think the first thing that we have to focus on is we have to realize that there are families that are being affected on both sides of this river. And that's something that we don't want to talk about. We have real family and business and everything else relationships with what's happening on the U.S. side of the river and the Mexico side of the river. The very first thing that we have to do, and this is what's going to secure our borders, are you ready for it? Go after the cartel. Period. That's the kind of legislation that you're going to see from me. We don't have time to play games. We have Border Patrol, we have National Guardsmen who are taking on gunfire right now from across the river in my district, in Roma. If you guys follow me, you guys have seen us down there before. These are where my kids play. I've had my kids where our National Guardsmen are being shot at right now. We have over 240 miles of Texas border that we have 12 agents at any given time on. That's not securing our border. That's bad policies that Democrats have now put into place. We have got to get serious about border security because border security secures America, but it also secures the people on the other side.
So, Mr. Huffines, you've been very vocal that the state should be stepping up to secure the border. Obviously, there's not much being accomplished at the federal level right now. When you're elected governor, what are you going to do differently than how the state is handling that right now?
Well, I appreciate that question. First, let me give everybody a picture and set the table what it's like down there. And Sandra lives there, she would know. But I have been 3 trips to the border in the last 8 weeks. Border Patrol is telling me that about 2 million illegals will flood into Texas in a 12-month period unapprehended. Right now, they've captured illegals from 150 different countries since the beginning of the year. Any way you define it, it's an invasion. This is a premeditated attack on Texas by the Biden administration. Like Sandra was saying, these are everyone coming across the river illegally is being smuggled in by the cartels. They're paying thousands of dollars. The cartels are making hundreds of millions a month in this operation. They're really making more than they are on the drug smuggling. These are the most violent, dangerous criminal organizations in the world. And the videos I have seen, or you don't want to see. They behead people, they gut people, they cut your arms off. It's just so violent you can't even imagine. And all that poison's coming over here, of course. They control the political situation on the frontera in Mexico. There's no doubt about it. They control all the politics and the police. Well, the federal government's never going to secure the border. I'm sorry, Sandra, you can get up there. They're never going to do anything. You can elect all the folks you want up in the Texas U.S. Senate, or Congress. We can elect another president. We already did that. Trump was the most courageous president we've ever had that wanted to secure the border. And guess what? We had Congress, we had the trifecta. The border still wasn't secure. The only hope we have of securing the border is of a courageous governor of Texas. That's the only chance we got. And I say this, so when I go on national TV or go where on the media, I'm telling you this is the most important election in our country in 22, the governorship, the primary election in the state of Texas. It could be one of the most, if not the most important election in the history of our country. Because the federal government's never going to secure the border. I will never ask permission from the federal government to secure the Texas border. Thank you. I am the only candidate or governor that's ever had a definitive plan to secure the border. I'm going to finish Trump's wall, hundreds of miles of it. Thank you. I'm going to spend about $3 billion making sure that happens. I just got back and I saw the border wall that my opponent wants to put up. It's a chain link fence. It looks like it's around a used car lot. And then he had a GoFundMe campaign to build his wall, and he built it around a Whataburger or something down there. But anyway, look, this is an invasion. I'm using this document right here, my favorite document, the United States Constitution. Thank you. I'm using Article 1, Section 10, which was specifically written for this very occasion. If a state's being invaded, of course the state's got an opportunity to defend itself if the federal government's not going to defend it. For instance, let's just look at this real quick. If South Carolina was invaded by the French and the federal government didn't come to their defense, of course South Carolina has the constitutional right to defend itself and to solicit support from other states and to charge a tax. It's all written in there. And also Article 4 of Section 4, it also talks about the federal government's responsibility, of course, to do this, and they're not doing it. I'm going to engage the entire Texas military. That's the Texas National Guard. There's 20,000 of them. We're going to secure the river. I'm going to make sure we secure the 25 crossings over the river. There's 25 bridges. Those are state roads that lead to every bridge. I'm going to stop all inbound commercial traffic from Mexico. Thank you.
So,
well, if I may, really quick, the only problem with that is they're not illegally crossing at the bridges. It's the in-between. Where our National Guard actually just took gunfire, you can see the bridge literally just about right here. And that's not an exaggeration. So the problem is that even our National Guardsmen are there as a relief situation. So they kind of group them, and then they wait for the Border Patrol. They have to get X number of illegals that have crossed into the country before they can call Border Patrol down to come and collect them. That's where the problem is that we still have welcoming committees. It doesn't matter what side, federal or state. We're still just a taxi and babysitting service. Right now it's getting even worse because of the Afghanistan problem. We have our Border Patrol agents are now being called in to process the people who are coming in from Afghanistan. So we've got serious problems, but our number one battle with the Border Patrols is not the agents, it's the policies. But what makes it even worse is when we've allowed this leftist media to come after the Border Patrol agents, because you know what happens is that nobody wants a job when they know that their family and that their personal self is going to be attacked and called a Nazi. Nobody wants to do that. I've been on that border for 12 and a half years, and I can tell you one thing, the Border Patrol down there are the most dedicated people on the planet. They love this country. They're there defending this country. They know what they're doing. A lot of times the leftist media likes to try and portray them as Nazis, as you know, separating women and children from their men and this, that, and the third. But they don't want to talk about the 6-month-old that they had to pull out of the river that almost died. They don't want to talk about the number of hands that they've held because their bodies are so dehydrated they can't even get an IV stuck into their veins to rehydrate them. The Border Patrol's number one mission, believe it or not, is actually to protect. And nobody wants to talk about that. We need people, we need men and women to stand up and say, I want to be a Border Patrol agent. I want to defend this country, because it doesn't matter the number of policies or anything else that we put on the table. If we don't have actual boots on the ground, we're giving away our sovereignty.
So I want to circle back to the point, Mr. Huffines, that you made about closing the commercial points and the bridges, and I kind of want to play devil's advocate here. So Mexico is currently the largest trading partner for the United States. They passed up China a little while back, and if you look at the statistics, they're going to be our largest trading partner for the foreseeable future. And the percentage of the economy related to trade with Mexico is even bigger for the state of Texas than the country as a whole, obviously. So if we shut down the commercial checkpoints at the border and you shut down that commerce, what kind of negative impact would that have on the United States economy?
It'll be massive. That's the point. The point is to make sure Mexico secures their side of the river. We're never going to get a secure border if Mexico doesn't cooperate. They're being a very bad neighbor. I lived in Mexico. I homeschooled my kids. I've driven all over Mexico. I put them in a Mexican school. so they can learn the culture and the language, and they did. We lived down there for a year. I've driven all over Mexico. I do know Mexico. They love making money. I'm going to make sure they don't make any money on their inbound commercial items. And if you've got your proper papers, you can keep coming over. They're going to secure their side of the river. When Border Patrol says the Mexican Army gets there, the river's secure. And we're going to keep them. If somebody crosses the river over, the National Guard, the Texas troops will take them right back over on the other side. We not only have the authority to enforce immigration law, we've got the authority to ignore immigration law. And Texas is going to get a secure border. I'm going to do in 30 days what no one's ever done in this country.
So I think it's probably safe to assume that everyone in this room is opposed to illegal immigration. I mean, is there anyone here that's okay with it? I don't see any hands. Where I think the philosophical debate on the right is going on right now is to what extent we should be allowing legal immigration and what our immigration policy should look like. Because quite frankly, I don't think there's much of a consensus, coherent immigration policy really on the right or the left at this point in terms of legal immigration into this country. So I wanted to get y'all's thoughts. Sandra first, what would your legal immigration policy look like if you're in Washington?
Well, I think that a lot of the problem that most people don't understand is everyone wants to say, well, we have to fix immigration. Well, the problem is that when we start talking about immigration law is the most intricate law in period. I mean, when people start talking about immigration law, the textbooks, just for you to get through the Border Patrol Academy, are as tall as I am. I mean, there are so many different things about immigration law, whether they're here on a different type, and there's more visas than I can even pretend to be able to acknowledge, to be honest about it. But it has to do with agriculture, it has to do with, you know, a certain descent from, you know, different native tribes. And I mean, there's so many different things about it. And it doesn't matter, and I've said this before, we can have the most perfect and comprehensive, I mean like they fell from the heavens themselves kind of immigration laws. None of that is going to matter if we don't get serious about the cartel. Recently, one of the border sheriffs or judges, I apologize for which one it was, but they said, you're wrong if you don't think that the U.S.-Mexico border isn't secure. It's perfectly secure. The cartel are securing it. Nothing happens on that border without the cartel's permission, period.
So say we could wave a magic wand and we all get what we want, which is to completely secure the border and stop illegal immigration. At that point, do you think we should be allowing in more legal immigrants, the same or less legal immigrants?
You know, this is the land of opportunity. Legal immigration is always okay, period. Always. My family has legal immigrants in it. My mother-in-law is a legal immigrant. Like legal immigration, we're all for. And the reality is that most people who are even in border communities, they're actually really for it also, because so many of them have had to fight so hard to get that legal immigration status. Whether it's been a lifetime for them, whether it's been a lifetime for their parents, it doesn't matter. They want people to do it the right way, and people who are just pouring into our country illegally are slapping them all in the face going, ha ha, we skipped the line. We're getting all the benefits that now your tax dollars are paying for.
So same question to you, Mr. Huffines. Say we lock down the border. At that point, should we allow more, less, or the same legally?
Well, immigration goes in cycles. We're in a 50-year cycle of opening the door. I think the United States feels like overall that we've got enough new immigrants into the country. We allow legal immigrations way over 1 million a year. We're the most generous country in the world. Everyone in the world, of course, wants to be here. I think we need to totally reform the immigration laws. The refugee resettlement program, of course, under Trump was cut way, 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 way down from 150,000 to 20,000 to 15,000. Most of those, most people recognize, were settled in Texas. Most refugees, this was the #1 destination for refugees in the nation because we had a lot of jobs. And right now, 30+% of the population in the United States calls itself immigrants, first-generation immigrants. So I think we have to sit back as a country and as a state and decide what percentage of our population should not be native born. And really have a comprehensive discussion over this and have a rational plan to deal with it. We cannot open our door to even legal immigration to everyone in the world that wants to be here. We have to decide what is the numbers that we really want in our country. And then we have to stop the magnets that allow illegals, or encourages illegals, to want to be in Texas. Whether it's in-state tuition for our universities, our education system, and our lower ed. Right now, Texas taxpayers are saddled with the burden of paying for hundreds of thousands of children that aren't supposed to be here in our school system. There's about 400 to 500,000 since the Pilar case in 1982, U.S. Supreme Court case. I will be challenging that case that says we have to educate illegals that are in the state of Texas. And it's costing us about $6 billion annually, not counting the facilities cost. I'm going to challenge that because they're not dealing with that in Connecticut.
Well, and you know, Don, you're spot on, and I can tell you, as the schools there in Laredo and Webb County, we had about a 40% increase in COVID cases that came through our district. But here's what nobody wants to talk about. We had, in one day, I had a counselor reach out to me at a high school, a local high school, and she said, I personally registered 22 people that were in this country illegally. Yes. 22 in one day at one high school. Wow. So if you kind of look at those numbers for your counselors and things like that, this is something. And sadly, what's happening is that we're not working together as a federal and a state. And this is something that, if you guys have been following me, I talk about it all the time. The federal doesn't talk to the state doesn't talk to the federal. Unfortunately, we become enemies because of whatever political ideologies and stuff, and we forget that we work for we the people.
Okay, so final question. And I'm actually going to go a little bit out here on this one. I don't think either one of you have been asked this question. So I want to make it very, very interesting. So the border doesn't just include, our border with Mexico to the south, but we have our ocean borders on either side, right? And we have certain, kind of influence over the ocean that we defend. I'm sure both of you have either read or seen some things about the Pentagon's recent report on UAPs, unidentified aerial phenomena, that they seem to really be taking seriously as a potential thing that has national security implications. So I just want to ask y'all, what do you think those are? And Sandra, from the federal government perspective, do you think they could be doing more to assess this, and is it a threat? And then to Mr. Huffines after that, should the state be looking into these UAPs?
Well, you're right. I have not formally been asked that question, so excuse me as I've reached for my aluminum hat for just a second here. We kind of teased that with the number of different countries. We've had about 143 different documented nationalities or countries that have come through our southern border here in Texas. And we've kind of been teasing that maybe we should start dropping in little green Martians in there also, because these are all aliens that are coming into our country illegally. And if they're dropping from the sky, I will say that I think that a lot of us kind of scoffed a little bit at the Space Force, but maybe that's exactly what they're here to do. So I don't know. Now we've got a whole different set of immigration laws that we need to talk about and see how we're going to intertwine this. And to go back to our 90s days, maybe we need to see if the Men in Black is still around.
Mr. Huffines.
Well, it is an interesting question, and I think it's obvious that they exist, or the federal government wouldn't be releasing the information. The question really is, why does the federal government keep so many secrets? I mean, we need more transparency over everything in our government, and that's why people don't trust the government. We're tired of being lied to. We're tired of consistent lies from our government. I mean, you look at the virus. Why would anybody believe what the federal government's saying about the virus when we catch them in the lies? The origins of the virus, for instance. I mean, you really believe it came from bat soup? I mean, who really believes? I'm a Boy Scout guy, I was a scoutmaster. You boil your soup before you eat it. It kills the virus. I'm sorry. I mean, the whole thing, we're just constantly being lied to. So about UFOs or whatever, I mean, who's going to believe the government about it? If they exist, what they're releasing the information now, they probably do exist. We need to be really worried about it because we don't know if they're domestic. Maybe they're our aircraft that they won't tell us the truth about. Maybe we've got the technology and they just don't want to, and they're gradually going to release that information, or maybe our enemies have the technology. Obviously, somebody's got the technology or they wouldn't be taking pictures of it. I think it's a serious issue, and we should know more about it, and we should question the government. There's no telling what information they really have about all this.
Well, I think the kind of the rebuttal thought on that, though, is that if we can't even take care of what's happening in our own planet, what are we going to do about anybody outside of ours?
Well, it might not come from another planet. It might be the Russians or the Chinese. Look, hard science has been neglected in our country for 100 years, except for computers. Think about everything that we've gotten that we deal with. Electricity, airplanes, radios, television. You can just go down the list. It was all done over in the 1920s and 1930s when the government when the government was not involved with private industry. All the weapon technology we have is basically that old. 100 years old. And then the government gets involved with all of our businesses and our inventions and our hard science. And we haven't had anything since. How do we know people aren't coming up with anti-gravity devices? How do we know what is really possible out there? The paradigm of our past, it does not dictate our future. It is unlimited. It's unlimited possibilities when we get the government out of the way. And maybe somebody has gotten the government out of the way and created something that's very unique and very special, and they're flying it through around our country.
Well, I don't know about y'all, but it's easier for me to believe in an anti-gravity machine or aliens than it is that COVID came from bat soup or a wet market and did not leak from that Wuhan lab. Thank y'all so much. I really appreciate Mr. Huffines running for governor. Look him up. And Sandra Whitten running for Congress. Look her up. Thank y'all so much for being here.
Thank y'all so much.
The truth is out
Thank
there.
you.
Hey, y'all. Was that pretty good? Are y'all learning a lot this weekend? I'm learning a lot. Alrighty, y'all. So, we wanted to let you guys know. So, how many of y'all are 18 or older? Me. All right. So, if you haven't registered to vote yet, if you're 18 or older, you can register to vote. It's going to be right outside on the right-hand side. So, before y'all go, y'all can do that. I had to have my dad help me because I did not know what I was doing. So, this is a lot more convenient. They'll walk you through it. You can get all registered and vote red. I like when y'all cheer. It makes me feel good. All right. And then also, so we wanted to let you guys know. So something about the Texas Youth Summit is that it is a movement to encourage young people to feel empowered that they can one day run for office, to vote for conservative and Christian values. And so one thing that we know is there is a lot of leaders that run for offices, and a lot of them are good people. And so this is something I've heard my dad say before, is oftentimes when people are running for an office, that we can see them as an enemy. And just like in the Olympics, you know how there'll be two Americans running against each other, and they're not enemies, they're opponents. And at the end of the day, there's the same goal in mind, to win and represent our country. And I think that's the same thing running for an office, like when there's many good people with good values. And so that's something that the Texas Youth Summit knows and recognizes. And so what we do is we don't ever endorse a specific candidate. What we do is encourage young people to have these Christian values, to have values that represent Christ, that represent family, that represent the country, that represent freedom, and to make decisions, to do their research, and to listen to podcasts and look at leaders that they love and know and respect and trust, and to learn from that and see how people vote and vote accordingly. So we never push certain people and you'd be like, vote for them. It's not, this is, even though this is about politics, this is about being involved. Our goal at the end of the day is to be a Christian conservative country that honors God and honors family and honors our values. And so we just want, thanks for cheering again. So we just want to always encourage you guys to do that, and just to know that this isn't a place you're ever being pushed. That's not what our values are. Our values are just to do what's right. And so with that said, we have a very exciting panel coming up. And we are going to be having, talking about, can politics be a ministry? Which it can. That's just like a little clue. Yes, the answer is yes. But they're going to be coming up, and there's going to be some amazing speakers.
Well, give it up for Bunny Pounds and Abraham Enriquez. So, Bunny, you run Christians Engaged, and Abraham, you run Bienvenido. And so, tell us a little bit about your organizations and what you guys do and how you minister to other people.
Well, I guess I'll go first.
Yeah.
Women, yes. Well, it's so great to be with you guys. Love this organization. We were here last year with Christian, just an honor to be here. Christians Engaged is here as a Christian ministry to empower you to do three things. Pray regularly for your city, state, nation, to vote in every election, and you need to be prepared for that, even though you can't vote, some of you yet, and to engage the church in some sort of political education or activism. It's really important that we engage as believers. If we're called to be salt and light in our world, then that it also involves our civic duties. And so we come along pastors and churches, and we talk to Christians at outreaches or on social media about these two things and empower them through our pledge to pray, vote, and engage, and get people moving forward, because so many people are being awakened, but they don't know what to do. So we're here to do that. We've been in 50 churches so far. Reverend Rafael Cruz is our newest advisory board member, and Congressman Michael Cloud's on our board. And we have fun going around Texas talking to believers about prayer, voting, and engagement.
Awesome.
How's everyone doing today? Let's give a round of applause for Christian. How awesome is Christian? I want to thank Christian for letting us come out here today. It's such an honor to be on this panel with such amazing leaders. For those of you that don't know me, I'm Abraham Enriquez. I have the privilege of leading an organization called Bienvenido. And in 2019, we founded this organization to be an organization that mobilizes and outreaches to the Hispanic community. In 2020, we partnered with 6 other nonprofit, nonpartisan organizations where we registered and got out the vote to over 1 million Latinos across the country. Yes, and as you saw in South Florida and in South Texas and even in Central Arizona, the Latino vote certainly does matter. And so that's what we're doing each and every day, is going out to the Hispanic community and reminding them of the inherently conservative values that are in our culture. And a lot of these voter registration programs come through the actual church. So that's why politics and ministry is such an interwoven concept to me, because you can't have one without the other as a believer.
Amen. Well, tell us also a little bit how you got started doing this. Maybe you'd also share your stories, because there might be people here that want to know how they get started with an organization. I actually had someone come up to me and ask me that very question. And there are young people here with visions, and they have ideas, and they have dreams and hopes, but they want to accomplish God's will for their lives. So give us a little bit of steps. I mean, obviously you have to do the paperwork to have a nonprofit, but beyond that, I mean, tell us how you got to where you are.
Well, I was a homeschooling mom that went to my first state convention.
Homeschoolers.
Yeah, I wandered into a state convention of a particular party in 2004 and testified in front of the platform committee about homeschooling issues. And I got hooked, and I went back and finished my degree at Dallas Baptist University in political science and went to work for a member of Congress, Congressman Jeb Hensarling, served him for 10 years, and then launched my own political consulting firm where I had 9 people in my office and 32 clients. We kind of blew up in North Texas, and we were helping all the Christian conservative candidates. And then I blew up my life and ran for Congress for my boss's seat, and it was awesome.
I think that's a great idea. I think that more people should do that.
I think more people should blow up their life, yeah. So, you know, and I'll say this, you have not lived until you've lived on the front lines of your destiny and your purpose and who you are in Christ, right? And I went from behind the scenes being a consultant to from walking with members of Congress to now being the voice. And God did so much in my life in those 5 months. I raised $1 million. I was the only Republican woman that made it to the runoff ballot in 2018, and the only person in the United States endorsed by Vice President Mike Pence during the primary season. And it was an amazing journey. You know, in terms of the world, I failed, right? I was a failure. I lost by 2,600 votes out of 33,000. But you know, God has a way of using the crumbles of our life and the things that He leads us to do to produce more fruit. And out of the fruit of that experience, I was in 16 churches when I ran for Congress, and my burden of my heart was, God, why does the church not understand the importance of primaries and runoffs and city elections, and that we have these amazing Christian candidates out there putting their lives on the front lines, but they're not standing up. And so out of that, Christians Engaged was birthed, and we hope we are impacting the state of Texas, but really America in the days ahead.
Well, you've made such a big difference, and you're doing great things. And Abraham?
Yeah, in 2018, I graduated from Abilene Christian University, and I immediately started doing some small business development in Puerto Rico for a couple months. But I still had that itch to get involved in politics, and more importantly, more specifically, Hispanic engagement. So I volunteered with a predominant party-affiliated organization, and my job was very simple. I was their young adult outreach director, and I was supposed to travel across the country and just talk to other young Hispanics about why a certain party relates more to us than the other. I thought, easy job. Hispanics are inherently conservative. They're going to totally, understand all this. It was the most difficult job I've ever had in my entire life, because as soon as you say a certain party, Hispanics just, shut down. So I went back to the organization. I said, hey, I don't think that this is going to work. I'll do an independent project on my own. In 2019, I gathered a group of friends, and we launched Bienvenido, which is an organization, like I said, dedicated to Hispanic engagement. But I learned that taking party out and putting a welcoming word, which for those who don't know, Bienvenido means welcome in Spanish. And what we did is we did a couple of events in Houston, Texas. We did one in LA, California, Miami, Florida, all with local community leaders, couple pastors, business leaders, and all they spoke about was why they love America. And through that, we did calls to voter registration, and then we followed up and did get out the vote efforts. And that became such a momentous movement that we actually started working closely with the White House, helping push some of these initiatives that the Trump-Pence administration was doing that were actually advancing the Hispanic community. But Hispanics didn't know about these initiatives because, Telemundo and Univision don't ever mention that. They want to just strictly talk about immigration and not talk about Hispanic advancement. So our organization was key in helping push the 1776 Education Commission, the reopening of the schools, and the Hispanic Prosperity Commission. All three pieces of orders, executive orders, that we were so proud to go back to the Hispanic community and say, look, this is what advancing your freedom looks like. And so that's really where it started, Christian, is a group of people like-minded coming together and saying, hey, we don't have much, but what we do have is our story, our testimony of why we love America. And that just grew into this organization that we have now.
That's a great story. Well, what do you tell people here, the things that they can do to get involved with your organization? So it's a chance for you to plug your organization. How can they get involved with you? How can they be supportive of you? How can they pray for you? How can they make a difference with your organizations?
Well, everything with us starts with our pledge to pray, vote, and engage. All of you should be doing those anyway. So you can just take your phone out right now and you can text to 484848. Just text the word engage, okay? 484848, text the word engage, and take our pledge. We send out a prayer text every Monday at 5:55 to thousands of people. So you stop, you pray, you ask the Lord for what's happening in our world, realizing that you're joining with the prayers of Jesus and you're making a difference. Voting in every election and engaging. We want to get you podcasts. We want to get you our on-ramp to political activism class for Christians. We're releasing next week our Austin 101 class. We've got so many things going on that we want to get that to you. So text 484848, the word engage, not with the D, just engage. And that's the beginning of a relationship with us, and we want to just serve your church and your community. We've got amazing board members. BB's over there somewhere. She's on our board as well. We love BB. And just so many people that are ready and willing to share their political experiences, their walk with God in government, that will inspire more people.
Love it. Abraham?
So I'll plug our organization. So if you want to take out your phone and also text VAMOS, VAMOS, to 2242, you'll get connected with us. And you might say, well, I'm not Hispanic. That's okay. Listen, a lot of people think that, especially leftist media, want you to think that all Hispanics care about one issue. And that's not true. Hispanics care about all issues because before we're Hispanic, we're American, right? And so we care about everything that, our neighbors care about. And so if you're Hispanic, please join our organization. And if not, bienvenido. What I'm so proud of our organization is that we do great partnership and collaborations. We work really closely with organizations like the Texas Youth Summit, which we're a huge announcement coming pretty soon with that, as well as organizations like CPAC, Turning Point. So there's so much room for collaboration and liaison that we'd love for you to be a part of it. But I also want to take the time to tell how important it is to volunteer your time. In college, some of the most beneficial experience that I ever gained was volunteering for my local congressman, and just being the person in his campaign team was incredible. Paul tells Timothy, don't be dismayed by your youth. You might be thinking, oh, well, I don't know how to start a whole nonprofit organization, or I don't know how to do an entire movement, and that's okay. Don't be overwhelmed. Take steps like volunteering for a local race, phone banking, door knocking, block walking, little things like that where you're sharing the gospel, and small movements like that really does make a difference. So if you're thinking today, I don't know where to start, register to vote. That's the most important, first step, register to vote. And secondly, get involved, whether it be in your local church or local community organization. The Texas Youth Summit is an awesome organization that you should all be, volunteering with, donating to, and keeping up with their information. But we have midterms elections coming right around the corner, and there are phenomenal candidates. And I'm not talking just Congress, Senate, and governor. We have school board elections. We have city council elections. We have mayor races that are that important as well, that much important as well, that you and sacrificing your time to get involved in those races is how you create a movement within yourself and gain the experience to do something bigger and better each and every day.
I love you. That's a great bit of advice. So we just have a few minutes left. What are some parting words that you can tell young people right now, the things that they should be doing to make a difference in their communities, in their across the state, in this country? How can we collectively make a difference, or maybe individually? What are your thoughts on how they can make a difference? What is just some life advice? It doesn't even have to be applicable to necessarily your organization, but just what would you be doing in this interim time where you might be figuring out what you're called to do?
Everybody's got a lane, and you've already been exposed to so much this weekend. You're like, oh, I'm passionate about that. And there's 100 different things you could do, right? So just be sensitive to the Lord, because he's going to speak to you. And if you're seeking after him, he will lead you to the next step and the next step. But I just encourage people, don't get overwhelmed with the whole big picture. Ask the Lord, where is my spot? For me, I went to Christ for the Nations. I was a Bible school student. I thought I was going to be a missionary to Guatemala and ended up in America, stuck in America, right? And I realized, I could find this spot. I could be this person that could disciple people. So my mandate from the Lord is go find the awakening people and disciple people, pastor them, help them walk through politics as believers, help them learn to walk with Jesus and walk in his presence. Because you know what? If you walk in his presence, when you walk in the room, everything changes. When you walk in the room, everything changes. And realizing who we are in Christ, and that when we're walking with people of influence, we can be the hands and feet of Jesus if we come in humbly, if we come in without pride, without anger, without fear. and we come in and say, I just want to serve, right? So my point to say this is hear from God. Hear from God and be sensitive to his voice every day, and he'll lead you in the direction you need to lead, and just be faithful where he's planted you and wherever that spot is.
Good word.
That is a good word. I will say that the topic of this panel is, can politics be a ministry? And I want to share with you that yes, it can, but I want to emphasize the power that the church has, right? There's nothing more than the left is scared of than an engaged church and an informed church. Listen, when the church votes, we win all the time, right? I'm from Lubbock, Texas, small town in West Texas, right? Planned Parenthood decided to come into Lubbock, Texas this year, right? Immediately, we didn't like that and went to our city council, and it didn't go too well with our city council, so it went to a public vote, right? So all of Lubbock was going to vote on whether we were going to allow abortions to happen in our city. We did a couple polling, and it did not look good for us. It looked like we were going to lose that election. So it looked like Planned Parenthood was going to be able to do abortions in our conservative city. So what we did is we engaged over 200 churches. Over 200 churches in Lubbock were pledged to us to do voter registration and really promote the proposition on May 1st that we had. There was only one proposition on the ballot. You were only voting for one thing, and that was to outlaw abortion. Well, because those 200 churches got involved, no local parties got involved in this election. It was only 200 churches. Overwhelmingly, I think by over 67%, Lubbock became the largest city in the country to outlaw abortion. And it was all because the church showed up, all right? So politics can be a ministry when you're advancing gospel and the kingdom of God on earth. And I encourage you to really look into your church and speak to your faith leaders and push them to be teaching biblical principles and teaching about being pro-life. It's up to us as a community of believers to advance those values and make sure that we're preserving them here in our communities.
I love what you said, Abraham, and there's a reason why we're having this event at a church, because we want to partner with churches that are willing to get involved in the political process. And if you would, give a roaring round of applause and cheer for Mims Baptist Church and their staff and their team. We are so grateful for Mims Baptist Church, willing to get involved in the political process. And you know what, guys? The left has control of social media. They have control of the mainstream media. They have control of many of the educational institutions, colleges and universities. The church is the last institution that we have left. And so we've got to fight to preserve our religious liberties and fight to preserve it as an institution and lift it up and be the church, and not a lukewarm church, but a church that God has called us to be to the glory of God. Can you agree? Well, with that being said, give it up for Bunny Pounds and Abraham Enriquez. And as a little disclaimer, if you would, just make sure you keep everything very clean, and if you bring in any drinks or Cokes or whatever, just pick up after yourself so that we can honor this wonderful place. Thank you so much.
Hi, everybody. So next up, we are going to talk a little bit about how to be successful in politics, or not in politics, on social media. So we're going to talk a little bit about this, and it's just important sometimes if we have a platform, sometimes we're able to reach other people for a good cause. So we are going to talk about that right now.
Right. Well, hello there again, everybody. Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised that they gave me the microphone back after the last panel, but oh well, let's go. I'm Reagan Reed, and we're going to do a panel now on social media and censorship. It's going to be a lot of fun. Okay, so we have Bob Eberly. He's done some stuff with Newsmax, Right Side Broadcasting. He's pretty much done everything in the media world. And then Ivory Hecker, she works for Fox 26 and has done a lot of great work. So to start us all out, I want to get kind of a little bit in the weeds. You hear a lot about Section 230, and that's, it was enacted in 1996. That was the year I was born. And the internet was so advanced back then, it hasn't changed at all. Basically, it's the guideline that gives these big tech giants some immunity for what's posted on their websites. And so the internet obviously has evolved since 1996. So I want to get from both of you, what are your thoughts on Section 230? Should we keep it? Should we get rid of it? Should we reform it? Eberly, we'll start with you.
Okay, folks, you're familiar with Section 230. If you're not, I'll give you a quick background. I was actually in graduate school when these web browsers and stuff were coming out in the mid-90s. So rather than going to class, all of a sudden I was playing on the computer. It's like, wow, you can actually see a picture and you can click on it. But what happened was, and this shows you where a law might have a good intention, but then you don't realize the consequences until later. What happened is that there was pornography, there was profanity, there was all this stuff going crazy, and some companies tried to actually cut down on that, get rid of it, and these people sued. And these court cases actually ruled in favor of the plaintiffs. And so the government said, well, how can we clean that up? We're going to put this section in place that will protect people from cleaning up things. Well, now you see what happened. Now, in the guise of getting rid of misinformation or cleaning things up, what we didn't realize is that big tech was going to be controlled by the radical left and get woke and push this agenda that we disagree with. So right now we see that 230 is actually protecting them and hurting us, hurting the conservative voice. So I'm by all means opposed to Section 230. We need to get rid of it. We need to get rid of it now. We can police what is good information, what is bad information. We can do that ourselves. We don't need big tech saying it for us.
Oh, now my take. Well, without Section 230, if a commenter posts something pornographic, which pornography is not protected by the First Amendment, then the publishing website, say Facebook, would then be able to get sued for being responsible for putting out pornography. So any sort of platform for that sort of third-party interaction would not be able to exist. So we need to figure out a way to allow that free communication without the publishing platform being responsible, and Section 230 does allow that to happen. Right-wing voices are absolutely being censored at this point. I mean, so Section 230 allows the publishing website like Facebook or Twitter to not be liable for anyone's comments, which means that, I mean, they are the governor of the comment section now, so they can get rid of whatever they don't like. So they can infringe on free speech, and it's not considered a breach of the First Amendment. And then also they can leave things up that are breaches of the First Amendment, like porn, and still not get called out for it. So basically, the commenter themselves is responsible for adhering to the First Amendment. And honestly, I strongly believe in individual liberty and personal responsibility, and I think it should be the commenters' responsibility. Commenters should be responsible for what they post, and they are the ones who should get in trouble with the law if they're violating the First Amendment. So I think, look, I don't know how social media platforms can exist without Section 230. I totally see a role for Section 230, and we still have the free market, and I think we need to look at the free market and the fact that we still have the First Amendment, which allows for us to speak freely. If Facebook is saying it doesn't believe in free speech, we are free to go to another platform. So we can start commenting on Telegram, for instance. Right now, Telegram doesn't censor like Facebook censors, and that's why a lot of people are gravitating to Telegram or like going to Rumble instead of YouTube. My first independent report, I uploaded it on BitChute because it wouldn't exist on YouTube. YouTube would have immediately deleted my independent report. And it got over 300,000 views on BitChute. We still have platforms for free speech, and if a platform says we are going to alienate half of the audience, they are hurting their own bottom line and hampering their future, and people are going to naturally gravitate to other social media platforms. It's the individual's responsibility. If you don't like what Instagram's doing, go to another platform. It's your choice. We still have the First Amendment.
So to quote our White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, we're going to circle back to that. So not only has the internet changed in and of itself, but the internet has pretty much revolutionized the way that we do media in general. Okay, so we've seen just over the course of my lifetime a shift from your more actual paper newspapers where they're funded by subscribers, and that's kind of the business model, how they make their money, to the age of free media, where they're being funded by, kind of clickbait headlines, how many ads revenue you can generate from that. And so I want to ask both of you, and it's a two-part question, so kind of keep it a little bit brief. How has social media changed the business model of media for better and for worse?
Where do you want to go?
We'll start with you.
How has social media changed media for better and for worse? Well, social media has been so addictive since it began. When Facebook first came out, people couldn't get off of it, and then their parents started getting on it. Now everyone's on social media, and so the news gravitated over to social media too. And right now, social media is the first place where people get their news, and then if they like the little blurb that the outlet posted on social media, they'll click the link and go to the news outlet's actual website. But prior to that, they would get it first directly from the news outlet. Now it's social media, and the issue. So that's good that a platform that's so addictive is now a place where people can get their news when otherwise they might not think to go to the news website or to turn their TV on to get news otherwise. It just comes through their feed, so that's good. But the issue is that we do have a social media monopoly of social media websites that have their own political agendas, and so they're actually messing with the algorithms, getting rid of content, news that they don't want audiences to know about, and then boosting up perhaps propaganda that they do want their audiences to buy into. So the issue with social media, I love that everyone can post on there and share with each other, but the fact that we've got a monopoly right now of basically Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, which is also Instagram, all being a part of the same political agenda is a dangerous scenario, because they are indeed aggressively censoring out information that the public deserves to know about and spinning their own narrative by allowing certain people to have a bigger voice and shutting down other voices. That's a dangerous thing, especially because a lot of the audiences don't realize it is happening, and indoctrination is happening because of that.
Yeah, for better or for worse?
A little bit of both. It's been a dramatic change. In the early 2000s, I was fortunate enough to attend several White House press briefings. I got to ask questions of White House Press Secretary Ari Fleischer back then, and you had to jump through so many hoops to become an official reporter, to have your organization be official. They asked you what your circulation was, how many full-time reporters you had, all of these things, and now you truly have the advent of the citizen journalist. You know, anyone can go on YouTube and make a report, but that doesn't mean it's good. It could be good. You know, you can find folks that really cut through all the mess, the corporate nonsense that you had to deal with, and get the news straight out to people. The problem is, though, is that someone that you can trust? Can you verify their information? Are they dealing in facts? But ultimately, that comes down to you, the individual, to say, hey, I trust this person. They source their information. They rely on reliable information. They follow the science. Isn't it funny how the left says they follow the science, but they don't actually follow the science? It's pretty interesting. But so you have this news available to many more people in many more ways, but that puts an added responsibility on all of us to see what is good and what isn't. And if I could follow up just on one thing that you said about the censorship, I was sitting there listening to some other speeches, and I just did a quick Google search, all right? All I did was do a Google search on situation in Afghanistan. You know, that's common, that's what's going on right now. If you do the news tab, here were the top sources that came up. It was Al Jazeera, Gallup News, New York Times, Boston Globe, BBC, Washington Post, NPR, and CNN. That is what Google is recommending you should read for situation in Afghanistan. And you can do that on topic after topic after topic. So it's not just that they are blocking certain news, but they are promoting certain news. What you see is what they want you to see.
You should be using DuckDuckGo.
There you go. Yeah, exactly. Right.
So in that same vein, I want to talk about something, and it's confirmation bias, and that is where it's human nature to seek out sources and information that agrees with your preconceived bias, and you see this on the left and on the right, and social media, I think, has exacerbated that, where you know, if it's going to feed you things that you largely agree with, and it just creates this echo chamber. And so I want to ask y'all, how do you combat in your own mind confirmation bias and get a better picture of the truth, and not just, how do you know that you're not just you know, having that confirmation bias?
Well, it's an interesting situation, and it's difficult. There was a poll I just want to bring up. Say you were in the 50s, the 40s, 50s, 60s, you know, and the son or daughter brings their boyfriend home or potential fiance. The number one question those parents would ask that son or daughter is, what religion is that person? That was the number one question they were concerned about. Now it's what political affiliation they are, because that is what dominates society so much. People get put in these bubbles and they don't see past that. They don't see that a person who is a fellow Christian can have an opposing view on a certain issue. We are so much into these little bubbles that we don't see past that. And I think it is a very dangerous thing, because we are people first. We are Americans first. We are Christians. That is what should bind us. Then we can have actual discussions on issues that divide us. So confirmation bias, just reaffirming what you've already believed, is not a good thing.
Yeah, and I think that to combat confirmation bias, you should always keep yourself in check by surrounding yourself with people of varying viewpoints. You should, as far as news, I agree with looking at news from multiple sides of the issue. So watch Fox, CNN, and Newsmax, and maybe even Al Jazeera, and just see what everyone's saying and figure out what makes sense to you. Talk with friends that you disagree with, and let them challenge you and see if your point is even making sense. And so yeah, really don't just say you believe something because that's whatever. what all your friends believe, but really understand the core of the issue. And then when I'm covering news, if I'm interviewing someone who's dealing with a particular issue and sees things one way, well, then I want to bring in someone who disagrees with that and have them challenge that in the story. And then the viewers can make up their own minds.
It is so important to have a very wide media diet, I think. So read the left sources, read the right sources, read everything. I don't think that a lot of people in here have a problem going against the mainstream opinion, and especially in this crowd. But I would encourage you all, don't be afraid to go against the mainstream right-wing position, okay? I think take everything, and if you're agreeing with everything somebody is saying, you need to look at that. And it's okay to stake out a different position if you've looked objectively at the facts, and that's where you land. So I said we would circle back to alternatives to the mainstream media. And this is something that conservatives have talked about ever since I've been involved in politics, is that, Facebook, Twitter, they're terrible, they're biased against us, we need an alternative. And that's been for years I've been hearing that. And I mean, you have the Parlers and the Gabs and the Getters, but I'm just going to be honest, just objectively speaking for how usable they are and all that stuff, they're bad products. So they don't discriminate as much, but they're just not putting out a product. So it just blows my mind, and maybe y'all could help me understand this a little bit. On the right, we're the people of innovation and markets and all of that stuff. Why haven't we been able to put a quality product that just on the merits of the quality could rival and compete with the tech giants?
Well, that's an interesting question, because remember I said that in the mid-90s I was in graduate school when these web browsers were coming out. All of my fellow engineering students were conservatives, and we're looking at this tech, and the last thing that would have ever occurred to me is that tech would have ended up being controlled by the radical left. I mean, we were just conservative guys geeking out in engineering and computers, and this idea that we'd now be beholden to these folks that do not have America's best interests at heart just blows my mind. But what we need, and I think the best thing, the best little light at the end of the tunnel, is the fact that former President Trump was so active on Twitter, that he saw social media, he saw the power of it, he saw going through and bypassing the press. So if he gets involved in Getter, or if he gets involved in a different social media platform, that is the power that we can have, because I totally agree with you. Parler was on the verge of really breaking through, but even that interface wasn't as good as some of the features on Twitter. It was taken down when you put your servers on Amazon. You kind of pay the price because you're controlled by the radical left. You know that Trump or his supporters will not do the same thing. So I think a voice like that, with the resources like that, is our best chance to get a social media platform out there that is usable and can bypass the left and be a vehicle for all of us.
I think that when Facebook first came out, it had its issues too. It wasn't that user-friendly. These are new platforms that the larger they get, the more profits they get, the more they're able to tweak things and really make it an awesome platform. I think Getter is nice and smooth, and I like Getter so far. I need to post more on there. I'm new to Getter, but yeah, I think we got to give these platforms a chance to blossom a little bit. And this past year, they have so much, because we've seen censorship, and that is what I love about the free market. We have so much hope with free markets still. We have the liberty to switch over to a platform we don't like. If people are not getting the answers they're asking for on one platform, they're going to go elsewhere, and that's why we're seeing all of this alternative media, both social media and news media, just absolutely blossom over this past year. There's a lot of hope.
Right. One other thing is that we still have to continue to fight back against big tech, because there is a very big generational thing. You know, I spent forever teaching my mom how to use Facebook. So the last thing she's going to do is go off to a new platform after she spent so much investing in Facebook. She still can't work it, or she says some weird terms I don't even know what she's talking about. Just hitting like that, and it's not working. But so the last person that's going to learn something different is someone like that. So we still have to maintain that fight against these big tech giants, because for some people that's literally the only option.
Well, something to think about. I almost wonder if maybe the next person that's going to design the conservative alternative to Facebook and Twitter is someone in this room.
Yep.
So definitely, if you're interested in that, get involved. I want to thank y'all so much for being on the panel. Really great discussion. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks.
Hi, you guys. Did y'all enjoy that? Oh, y'all can clap harder than that. I think I just like hearing y'all clap. It just kind of makes me happy. Well, we're about to have Abby Johnson come up. I'm very excited. So please enjoy.
Abby Johnson is in the other room.
Here.
Our first order of business is to present Planned Parenthood's Employee of the Year Award. Abby Johnson.
This is Abby. She's our newest volunteer escort. Abby, this is Cheryl D'Alessandro.
I'd be the youngest director in Planned Parenthood history.
You'll actually be in charge of the abortions at your clinic?
I have a chance to make a real difference.
No matter what you do for the rest of your life, you're still gonna be a baby killer.
The only thing that's changed is you, Abby. Can you even hear yourself talk right now about these procedures? These are little babies.
I'm not going to apologize for doing a job that helps women in crisis.
There's still a part of me that isn't sure.
I know. But the one thing that all experts agree on is that at this stage, the fetus can't feel anything.
Sorry to bother you, but they need an extra person in the back room. Are you free?
I saw it. It was like it was twisting and fighting for its life.
We commend the souls of these hundreds of children. And Lord, we pray to end abortion.
I really appreciate what you've done for us. I'll not forget it.
22,000 abortions. How do I even comprehend that?
Rough day at the office?
You can say that.
What do you think you're doing? It's your dad and me. You were our baby from the moment of conception.
Hello. Hello. I'm a fighting Texas Aggie. Howdy. So good to be here with you guys. It's always a little awkward when the trailer comes out because it's like, this spring. I'm like, no, 2 years ago spring.
Did everybody watch Unplanned? If you didn't, shame on you. You can watch it on Amazon. Anyway, man, it's so good to be here with you guys. Have y'all had a good time? It's been a good conference, right? So anyway, I am so glad to be here with you guys. I feel like I bullied my way into the conference because I like spoke at this church for a different conference, and I was like, you know, Christian, I'm available to speak. And I said it in front of like hundreds of people, and so then he had to have me speak. So anyway, y'all are glad I'm here, right? So it's fine. It's fine. I bully my way into things. It's fine. Anyway, no, I am glad to be here. And you know what? It's important that we're here because I know we talk about the border and we talk about, I don't know what everybody else has talked about. I have been paying attention. Anyway, we talk about taxes and we talk about important things. We've talked about, you know, what's happening in Afghanistan, and we've talked about all kinds of other things. But you know what? Without the basic right to life, without the basic right to live, without the basic right to be born, all of those other things are secondary. And here, and unfortunately, here in this country, we don't even have that basic right. Here in this country, unfortunately, almost 1 million unborn babies lose their lives in the name of choice every single year. How many of you are from the Houston area? Like most of you, right? How many of you are from the Austin area? Me too! I'm from the Austin area. But those of you that are from the Houston area, how many of you know that just right down the road, the largest abortion facility in the Western Hemisphere, second largest to China, exists and is killing babies through the 5th month of pregnancy right down the road? It's true. College Station? Well, y'all don't have an abortion clinic anymore. I know, because I helped shut it down. But that doesn't mean it could never come back. That doesn't mean that just because we close abortion clinics, that doesn't mean that abortion is no longer our problem. Just because you may live in a city in Texas that doesn't have an abortion clinic, that doesn't mean that abortion is not your problem. Abortion is all of our problems. Abortion is the #1 problem that all of us should be concerned about in this country. And I know we care about other things. I know that other things are important. But every single day, 2,500 babies, 2,500 innocent human beings are being ripped apart in their mother's wombs. And that is an injustice that every single one of us must care about in this country. And especially for young people, because you know what? It's not my friends that are going to have abortions. It's not people my age that are going out to abortion clinics and having abortions. It's people your age. It's your peers. It's people you know. It's people that are in your youth groups, people you are going to school with. Guys, this is your issue. This is the issue of your time. It's your friends. And if anybody is going to be able to stop the scourge of abortion on this nation, it is going to be you. You have the power to end this. I didn't bring my phone out here. I meant to bring it out here, but right before I got up here on stage, like literally minutes before, I looked at my phone and I saw an email from, I think it was the National Abortion Federation or NARAL, Texas, and it said something like, help us stop the draconian abortion law that is about to go into effect on September 1st in Texas. Now, you know what's happening on September 1st, right? Heartbeat law. On September 1st, in the state of Texas, women are not going to be able to have abortions past about 6 weeks in the state of Texas. And that is going to stop dang near every abortion in the state of Texas. And it's an amazing thing. It's an amazing thing. And it was really funny because they're really mad about it. They're really, really mad that they can't kill babies anymore. They're really, really upset. And I think the thing for me that was really great about it is that they're like, we're so upset that we can't kill babies anymore. And they act like we've been trying to keep it a secret that we're trying to end abortion. Like, let me just put it out here for anybody that's here that's like pro-abortion, for anybody that's here that's like came in like as a spy, you know, because I used to do that too when I was pro-abortion. For anybody that's here that's like, I came to sneak in, you know, to see what they're saying. Let me just say it really, really clearly for you so it's not a secret anymore. We're not trying to be like covert in our mission. We are trying to make it as difficult as possible for women to kill their babies, okay? Yep, we are trying to make it so hard. We are trying to enact so many laws to make it so difficult for women to go in and take the lives of their innocent babies. It's not a secret anymore, okay? It's not a secret. We're not trying to like slip one over on you, okay? That is absolutely what we are trying to do, okay? So just let it be said. Far and wide, no secrets here. We don't want innocent babies to die. But here's the great thing about the pro-life movement. It's not just that we don't want babies to die. We love their moms too. So we're here for their moms too. And when we say that, guys, we better mean it. When we say that, we better mean it. So you as young people, you better get involved in this movement. You better do something. When you say you are pro-life, you better do something about it. In your community, there are women having abortions, and they're not having abortions because they're sitting around going, man, I can't wait to go and have an abortion today. That's the whole idea of a woman being pro-choice is such a lie. No one goes in to have an abortion because they're saying, man, I'm so excited to exercise my right to choose today. Women walk into abortion clinics because they feel like they have no other choice. There is no choice in abortion. And the abortion clinic will take away their choice once they walk in. The abortion clinic is about manipulation. It is about exploitation. It is about coercion. That's what Planned Parenthood is about. That's what the abortion industry is about. And how do I know? Because I did it. Because I exploited women. Because I manipulated women. Why? For money. Because they don't care about women. They don't care about women at all. Every time they look at a woman, they see money. Money. We're the ones that are about giving women a real choice. We are the ones that are about giving women real hope. And I want to say something to all of you right now. And this is something that nobody wants to talk about. Nobody wants to talk about this at conferences with young people, but I'm going to say it. I didn't go to bed one night and wake up as an abortion clinic director. I didn't go to bed one night and wake up as an abortion clinic volunteer. I need you to hear me. It took place at a very slow decline. Because that's what sin does to all of us. It was very slow. You know how it happened? It happened to me in high school. It started in high school. It started with the type of people that I hung around. And the way that I started acting in high school. And then the way that I started behaving. The things that started coming out of my mouth. Immodesty. Not just the way that I dressed, but yeah, the way that I dressed. But the way that I spoke. The way that I talked, the language that came out of my mouth. And yeah, the way that I dressed and the attention that I looked for in men. See, I wasn't a virtuous woman. So I began looking for men who didn't want a virtuous woman. And then I started acting in non-virtuous ways. And I started seeking out that kind of attention. And I started having those kinds of relationships at a young age. And then I started behaving in certain ways, and then those behaviors ended up with me looking at a positive pregnancy test at 20 years old. And that positive pregnancy test led me into an abortion clinic for my first abortion. And you think, that'll never be me. That'll never be me, because I grew up sitting in a church like this at a conservative conference, and I grew up in church my whole life. And I had parents that taught me better. Yeah, that was me too. And then one day it is you. And then one day you're standing at a Planned Parenthood table, and some woman is talking to you, and then one day you think, God, I can't say that I'm pro-life anymore because I had an abortion, and that would make me a hypocrite.
And one day, everything that you thought you believed, everything that you thought you knew is turned upside down. And then all of a sudden, you're volunteering at an abortion clinic. Do you think it can't happen to you? Don't be so sure about that. Be a person of strong moral character. And if you are a person sitting here today who has wandered away from the moral character that you were taught growing up, I want you to know that you can find that moral character again. It's not too late. It's never too late to get back on track. So if you're a person sitting here today and you're going, God, I feel like sort of a hypocrite sitting here today because, you know what, I'm having sex with my girlfriend, or I'm having sex with my boyfriend, or I'm consuming pornography, or I'm sitting here and I'm listening to these speakers and they're talking about all these conservative things and they're talking about Jesus and I'm not even living my life for Jesus right now. I want you to know that you can get all that back on track. You're never too far away from Jesus Christ. You are never too far away to do a U-turn and turn back to Him. Never. And you know what? Looking at your life and saying, this is not the way I need to be going, and Jesus is the way I need to be going, that doesn't make you a hypocrite. That makes you a warrior. You don't want to one day be standing up here on a stage with a testimony of how you were a sinner. You want to one day be standing up here on a stage with a testimony of how you were a saint. That's what you want. It's never too late, friends. It's never too late. You don't want this testimony that I have. You don't want this testimony of choosing abortion after abortion and one day waking up and realizing that you've helped to facilitate over 22,000 abortions. That's not the story you want. Right now, sitting here in this pew, you can make the decision to turn it around and turn it back to Jesus. You want to talk about what a conservative revolution looks like? That's what a conservative revolution looks like. I want to thank you all for your commitment. I want to thank you all for your commitment to the unborn. Thank you all for your commitment to Jesus Christ. Thank you all for being here today. And let's do the right thing. Let's stand up for the unborn. God bless you.
Isn't she wonderful? Wow. All righty, you guys. So next up, we're going to be having a panel, and it's how to win the argument of life. And it is going to be Abby Johnson, Sean Carney, and it's moderated by my brother Christian.
Everybody give it up for Abby Johnson and Sean Carney. So this is a dream interview for me right here, and I'm so pumped about this particular interview. And you've gotten to hear from Abby. She's done incredible things, and you know her story. But I also want to intertwine how your stories are connected. And you might have seen the video that introduced her, but maybe you guys could talk about your friendship and your relationship and go from there.
Yeah, well, one of the reasons I met Abby was because when I was in high school, I got involved in the pro-life movement, and I came to things like you're doing. And it hit me in high school, something that Abby said earlier, which is, this is it. This is the issue of my generation, of your generation, of every generation that comes after us until it ends, because without life, we don't need better health care, we don't need immigration laws, we don't need anything. All other issues assume life, except for abortion. And so I was convicted on that early on. I was asked by my then girlfriend, now wife, to go pray outside of the Planned Parenthood, where Abby started volunteering. Then she started working there, and I started working for the local pro-life organization. We became leaders of opposing organizations at the same time. We did a couple of media interviews against one another's points a few times, which is funny now. And, you know, when we moved in next door to offer free pregnancy tests, just before we launched 40 Days for Life, you know, Abby had her conversion, and she walked right next door, and she was my abortion worker. I knew her for 8 years. For those of you that have seen Unplanned, I knew her for 8 years before she had her conversion. And I thank God for that, because I would have been tempted not to believe her unless I knew her and had all those conversations for all those years.
Wow. And Abby, we've gotten to hear from you, but talk a little bit about that process with you and your friendship and how that is connected now.
Yeah, you know, I think that, you know, as I said, I got involved as a college kid, and I knew Sean, I knew his wife, and had, you know, developed a relationship with a lot of the people who were out in front of my facility every day. You know, people a lot of times go out to the facilities and they think, you know, is this making a difference? Does this matter? And, you know, I can say that the people that I had a relationship with out in front of my facility, many of them I still have relationships with today. I mean, like Sean and his family, but then, you know, there's another gal, Karen, who was portrayed in the film. She actually works for my ministry, and then there were none now. And another gal, Heather, she's the godmother to one of my sons. You know, so these relationships do matter. And actually, one of the things I tell people all the time when they ask me, they say, you know, does it really make a difference? Well, one of the last Planned Parenthood conference that I attended, I went into a breakout session called Anti-Choice Harassment, which is us, out on the sidewalk now. And
very negative name for a breakout.
Right, yeah. And they were talking about the no-show rate. So women who have appointments for abortions but just don't show up. And the typical no-show rate for an abortion clinic is around 15 or 20%. But when there are, they had studied, you know, what does it look like when there are people outside praying? And what they found is that when there are people outside praying in front of these abortion facilities, the no-show rate goes up as high as 75%. And, you know, people say, well, why? I mean, why would that matter? Well, because when you're out there, you are showing people that what they are doing by walking in they are doing something that is morally objectionable, right? Like, you've never gone to the dentist where there's somebody standing out there like, don't go get your cavity filled, right? Because like, going to the dentist is perfectly fine. In fact, if you haven't been in the past year, like, please go. So going to the dentist is perfectly fine, but going to the abortion clinic, you're showing them that something is not okay there. Something is wrong, and you're reminding them of that just by going and showing up.
Yeah, and I first got to know of Abby because of Sean and 40 Days for Life. There's a local group here, Life First. Teresa Strack and Joe Morrison are very involved locally, and they do so much. And they got me involved with the 40 Days for Life campaign, and then I saw the movie Unplanned, and I was like, oh, wow, who is that amazing Abby Johnson? You know, and it just was all connected. And so, but we're thankful for the work of 40 Days for Life, because I tell you, getting to go out there and pray and do worship, I had some skepticism about going out and doing that, but getting to go out there and see it for myself, I mean, these are just people, it's Protestants and Catholics coming together to pray for the end of abortion. It is a genocide. It's an Imago Dei issue. It's not a Republican or Democrat issue. It's an Imago Dei issue. It's the image of God issue. We are made in the image of God, and it's appalling that this would be going on, but it is. And so we've got to fight to end this genocide, and it's beautiful.
It is beautiful, and just the, you know, us on stage and talking about this. I mean, Abby goes through this litany of, yeah, and this person that I knew, and this person I knew, and she's the godmother of my kid, and she works for me. I mean, let that sink in. I would have loved at 15 or 16 years old, the way I met this woman was opposing the organization that she was part of. I mean, it wasn't like this friendly start. It was an 8-year battle, and I think these days we get so complicit by saying, well, we're a divided country, you have your opinion and I have mine, let's just move on. And that's insane. And that takes away from the dignity of the human person, that we do have a heart, and we do have a mind, and we do have a soul. And we're capable of great frailty and great evil, but we're also capable of great conversion and of great sanctity. And you know, you should have such confidence when you're in school and when you go to college to discuss abortion and to know that there is an exodus out of the abortion industry. And here's an in-person example, but there's also an exodus of people who just, at some point, passively supported a right to abortion and no longer do. And so you need to have an attitude of, you know, let's go get them, because scenes like this are possible and they're becoming more common.
And it's not happening the other way.
Right.
Okay. Like, there are no people that used to run pregnancy centers who are now working at Planned Parenthood. Okay. Because you don't choose death after life. Like, you're not like, oh yeah, you know what? Like, I know the truth of life and how beautiful that is. I'm going to go kill it. Like, you don't do that. Conversion is only taking place one way, and that's from death to life. It's not going from life to death. And that tells you right there, like, I run a ministry to get abortion clinic workers out of the abortion industry and into a life with Christ. There's no organization helping pregnancy center directors, getting them out of the pregnancy centers and helping them become pro-choice. Yep. Okay, like, that doesn't exist. That doesn't happen. And that tells you right there, that tells you everything you need to know, that we are on the side of truth, that life is truth, that life will always intersect with truth.
That's good, Abby.
It's also the only issue in America where one side prays to God that we're wrong, and that abortion is not a Holocaust, and it doesn't kill a baby, and it is like scraping your knee and the skin cells coming off, and yet science and reason point to the exact opposite. And so it's not that we're out lobbying. We don't want the reality to be that there's 2,500 abortions a day in the United States. It's that reality that calls us to action, because we've all had our nephew or our kid, or some of y'all yourselves, you were on the fridge. As in the ultrasound picture, your first ID, and that is a reality that we can't get away from. That's why despite 50 years of legalized abortion, it comes up at every judicial nomination. It's still the most controversial issue. It comes up at every presidential debate, and it's still something that, most pastors, many pastors, unfortunately, are very timid about because it is what it is. And so, now we're supposed to follow the science on some things, but not everything. But the pro-life movement is pro-science. It's also pro-common sense. And so we don't let pregnant women get on a roller coaster. Nobody would serve them 10 whiskeys. But they can go in the United States of America, where we allow abortion up to 40 weeks and have an abortion, and then we can deny health care to the baby girl if she commits the sin of surviving an abortion. The one thing, only surgery you're not supposed to survive is an abortion. And that makes it our issue. That's the issue of young people. Because if we don't have life, we don't have anything else. And we are capable of so much more if we are willing to go in and to snuff out the most innocent among us.
Very good point. I want to get into the nitty-gritty of how to win the conversation on life. Give us some talking points. Equip these young people, if they're talking to their peers, if they're talking to their classmates, if they're talking to their friends or family, on how to win the conversation on life in a cordial and civil way. We've talked about being a happy warrior at this conference, winning the argument with a smile on your face, and lovingness and kindness.
Yeah, and making the difference between respecting and loving someone and disrespecting their ridiculous claim. You can do both. We can love the sinner and hate the sin, but we can also respect somebody without respecting their point, because the pro-abortion point is insane. And there is a great way to do that. I just wrote a book called What to Say When. It comes out this week, and it's on pro-life apologetics. So whether it's your uncle at Thanksgiving or
available on Amazon.
That's right. They're available on Amazon. Are we allowed? Can I promote a book here? Is this wrong? Okay.
Plug your book. Plug your movie.
That
plug
was
your
unplanned.
organization.
That was unplanned. It was
Also available on
also
Amazon.
available. The best pro-life book in the world, I might add, is Unplanned. Even though I've written 4, I'm plugging yours. So, but if you want to get What to Say When, it breaks it down. And we have the bizarre things now because there's forced birth. That's a thing. In case you haven't heard of it, you will. There's surrogacy. There are so many different things. The transgendered movement is getting into the pro-life issue for sure, because you're certainly easier to kill if we remove your gender. It dehumanizes you. And so there's a lot of things, also the traditional arguments of rape and overpopulation and life of the mother and all these things that come up. But there's a lot of new and bizarre arguments. And the reason we're here today is because one of us didn't cross that line where it's like, well, I'm never talking to him ever again, or I'm never talking to her ever again. There had to be a mutual respect, and that goes a long way because they're wrong. They're wrong, and so we don't want to get in the way of truth by not being equipped to lovingly communicate on the behalf of a person who is unable to do so.
Yeah, and I would say, I think the number one thing for me, and what I tell people all the time, is like, don't be afraid of your argument. Like, you are right on this issue. Abortion is wrong. Abortion is evil. It is inherently evil. It is inherently wrong. So, like, don't be afraid to commit on that point, okay? So, like, even if you don't know all the ins and outs of debate, even if you don't know all the ins and outs of your argument, listen, abortion is evil, okay? And so don't be afraid to, like, solidly commit on that point, okay? And you can get back to them on all the whys, okay? But, like, don't be afraid. Don't be timid. Don't be like, okay, well, you made a point there, and so maybe I don't think abortion's evil. Okay, abortion's evil. No matter what they say, no matter what point they have, Abortion is evil. Why? Because it takes the life of an innocent human being. And no matter what, we know that science tells us that at the moment of conception, there is a human being in the womb. No matter what. I don't care how that baby was conceived. I don't care if it was in the air, on the ground, standing on your head, in a hot tub. I don't care. It can happen in a hot tub. You know, people have those weird things, like, can't happen in the water. It can. Anyway. Moving on.
Keep going.
The point is,
at the moment of conception, there is a unique and individual human being in the womb. That's what science tells us. They can say whatever they want, but science is on our side. I mean, that's it. And any disruption in that life continuum, any intentional disruption in that life continuum is what? It's murder, it's killing. Look, I mean, I tell people all the time, you can say whatever you want. You can call yourself a unicorn. That doesn't mean that it's true, and that doesn't mean that it's science. I have science on my side. I have logic on my side. I have medical technology on my side. And I have the creator of heaven and earth on my side. So say whatever you want, but I'm right. And you're wrong. Commit to your argument.
yeah, they have to justify abortion. We don't have to justify life.
That's right.
And when you ask an abortion supporter, genuinely, what is an abortion? You've just gained control of the entire thing because they have never thought about that question. They blindly support it. And we don't, because it's life and death for us, which is why we're winning at the Grassroots.
Yep.
I want to give you all the parting word. So any tips on arguments, on anything else you'd want to add to winning the argument on life? And then I'd also like for you to plug your organizations and how they can get involved with your organization in particular, because we have young people that want to come pray or want to come help you, Abby, with what you're doing. So how can they join in and be a part of the pro-life movement? They don't just want to sit on the sidelines. They want to be in the action.
Yeah, it's good that you don't want to sit on the sidelines, and you shouldn't, and really we can't. There's no fence with abortion, because it is life and death. And so I would encourage you to take part in 40 Days for Life. Abby just shared the 75% no-show rate when people are out there peacefully praying. We have great campaigns here in Montgomery County. I live in Montgomery County. We obviously have a great campaign at the massive Planned Parenthood on the Gulf Freeway. But get involved, get your parents involved. Go out and peacefully oppose. The abortion industry wants to nest. They don't want to be black or white. They want to be gray. And when we go out there and we peacefully pray and we draw attention to the reality of what goes on inside these buildings, the women turn around, the workers leave, and the community knows that this is not okay. That the abortion industry doesn't have the blessing of the community. And so you can get involved at 40daysforlife.com. We also have a 40 Days for Life weekly podcast that you can listen to. I mentioned the new book, What to Say When, which is a great resource for discussing abortion with anyone at any point. But do something. If you leave here, you've had a lot of talks. And there's a lot of times to stand up and cheer. But if you remember anything, if you commit to anything that you remember 10 years from now, it's that you need to do something to defend the unborn. They need you, and our Lord needs you, and our country needs you to stand up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that as young people, one of the most important things that you can do is to join 40 Days for Life and to go and stand out in front of your local abortion facility. I think it's one of the most important things that you can do. As I said, it's your peers, it's your friends walking in to have abortions. It's not mine, it's yours. And they need to see people that look like you, not people that look like me. I look like their grandma standing out there. They need to see people that look like you, standing out there saying, you know what, you can do this. I'll be here to help you. You're not alone. Because these women feel alone. That's why they're having abortions. They feel like they can't do it. And they need to see people that look like them saying, I'll help you. I'll walk with you. I'll get you to a pregnancy center. I'll get you to the help that you need. Let's do this together. Take my hand. Let's do it. And that's going to be a lot more powerful coming from someone that looks like you than it does coming from someone like me. And so I would say that's one of the most important things that you can do is joining your local 40 Days for Life group, going out there, and it feels weird, it feels awkward, do it anyway.
It's
God
awesome.
calls us to do awkward, weird things sometimes.
And it's awkward because they're there, not because you're there.
Yeah.
And the awkwardness goes away after a few minutes.
And I would say, I've got organizations, you can, whatever, but.
What's the name of the org?
And then there were none, and Pro-Love Ministries and whatever, but I would rather you actually listen to my podcast, Politely Rude.
On Apple Podcasts?
On Apple Podcasts.
Politely Rude.
Politely Rude, Google Podcast, whatever that's called. Spotify, whatever. Politely Rude, because I try to help equip people with conservative arguments, and I have cool guests on. And
Give it 5 stars and write a review once you listen to it.
And see the movie.
And see the
If
movie
you have not
Unplanned.
seen the
Can
movie,
you go to
see the movie.
unplanned.com? Is that how you find it? Or?
Yeah, or Amazon. anywhere.
Amazon, yeah.
Amazon.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
See the movie.
Or you can go to my website, abbyj.com.
It's an awesome movie, and last thing I'll say about 40 Days for Life, it's an incredible organization. You get to do worship, you get to pray, you make new friends. It's super positive, it's not weird, they're not angry, mean people, they're all happy
A lot of people end up getting married. Had a lot of 40 Days for Life weddings.
That's
So,
awesome.
Your dating is not going so well? Get involved in 40 Days for Life.
When's your next campaign? When does it begin?
September 22nd.
September
Start, we kick
22nd.
off.
Everybody mark your calendar for September 22nd. And make sure you're involved here in Montgomery County if you live here or wherever you may live.
Yeah,
All right.
awesome.
Give it up for Abby Johnson and Sean Carney, everybody. Yeah. I got one shirt to give away. Who wants a Life First t-shirt? Oh man, that was a terrible throw. If it was wrapped up, I would have thrown it way better. You saw me throw yesterday, guys. I'm good. Yep.
Hey, we take this microphone. Yep. Hey, y'all, we're taking a 15-minute intermission, so if y'all want to just hang out here or do anything, y'all can go right ahead. Hello? Oh, that was a little mic check, you guys. I guess it was on. All righty, y'all. We're about to start up again. If y'all want to all head back inside. All right, you guys. I was just waiting for a few more people to head back in, but y'all can come in when y'all are ready. I was just letting you guys know that we're starting again. Next up, we are going to have Chad Prather. He is fantastic. He's so funny. He's just as funny behind the scenes as on stage. So help me welcome Chad Prather.
What's up, everybody? Oh my goodness, good to be back with you guys. Texas Youth Summit. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Man, I sure am glad to see so many of these young patriots in here. Folks with a future, folks with a vision. Last year when I was with you, I told you that vision, passion, discipline, and risk are the four things you got to build your life on. You got to build everything you do. A vision helps you see beyond your boundaries. Passion gets you empowered by what you see. Discipline is controlling your life to accomplish what you see. And risk is spending your life to accomplish it. I want to go one step further because things have changed in the last year, haven't they? Things have been a little bit crazy. Do you look at the news and wonder what's going on in the world? Do you look at things and think, wow, things are falling apart. What can I actually do to make a difference in the world today? I want to help you do that a little bit. For those of you who don't know, my name is Chad Prather. I do a lot of different things. Thank you. A lot of times they introduce me as an internet sensation, which is just a 21st century way of saying I'm unemployed, but I'm popular. I host a television show, The Chad Prather Show, and have a podcast, and I do live entertainment as well as numerous other things. I'm also running for office in the state, and which is crazy. I jumped in, years ago, when I started doing humor, I always said I would never do political humor. And that lasted about 6 months. And I started doing political humor. And then I said I would never run for office. And now I'm running for office. And it's been a crazy thing for me because I got involved with this thing because I started looking around the state. And folks, Texas is supposed to be the greatest state in America, right? And I started seeing that we were doing a lot of things that other states are doing that aren't good. And I realized that Texas isn't the Texas that most Texans think it is anymore. And I got disappointed by that. I started seeing some tyrannical mandates being passed around. I always said that there's three cords that hold us together. We always have to keep control of the courts, the education system, and the media. Now, the media's gone. The education system, gone. The courts, we barely hold on to, but that's starting to get pretty squirrely. But I've added a fourth chord, and that is healthcare. Because never in my life did I think, although healthcare is debated, that healthcare would become tyrannical. And so now we're seeing mandates, we're seeing quarantines, we're seeing shutdowns. People who, by our very definition of Americans and especially Texans, we're no longer free. Our liberties are being taken away from us. And I was reading the other day, and I came across an old quote by one of my favorite authors, C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis, Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, and so many other Christian apologist writings. He's a great philosopher, at times a humorist. But he said this about tyranny, and I want you to listen real close. He said, of all tyrannies, a tyranny sincerely exercised for the good of its victims may be the most oppressive. When people are exercising tyranny over you and they think they're doing something good for you, that's the most oppressive form of tyranny. He said, it would be better to live under robber barons than under omnipotent moral busybodies. That's the 1940s way of calling somebody a troll. Omnipotent moral busybodies. I like that. The robber baron's cruelty may sometimes sleep. His cupidity may at some point be satiated, but those who torment us for our own good will torment us without end, for they do so with the approval of their own conscience. And when you look around at what's going on, firing healthcare workers, I was driving down the street the other day, and I see that billboard on the side of the highway with those medical professionals on it. You've probably seen it. It says, "Not all heroes wear capes." Well, apparently we're living in a day and age where not all heroes get to keep their jobs either, unless they do some forced mandated vaccination, or they take a jab, or they inject something foreign that they don't want injected into their body. They're being mandated to do this. So last year, when we were celebrating nurses and doctors and they were making TikTok videos and dancing around the hospital wards, and we were talking about unsung heroes, now they're losing their jobs. Now, if you work for certain things like the airlines, they want your insurance premiums to go up unless you've been vaccinated. We don't want to send our kids to school. Their 5- and 6-year-olds have to wear masks. And to say anything against that gets you censored, gets you deplatformed, gets you demonetized, it gets you canceled. We can't even say things like vaccine on social media without getting that little thing on the bottom, the little warning, if you want to know more about COVID-19. We can't say anything anymore. We're being censored. Certain words are just off limits for us. We can't express our opinions without the fact checkers trying to shut us down. We've got teachers that are losing their jobs. We have an economy that is collapsing. We have a buffoon, a dementia-addled, pudding-brained president that needs. I mean, when that guy chews pudding, somebody's got to be there to move his mouth. He's just not there, right? And after the events of this week, as we already knew, the guy either needs to be in prison for treason or at least bare minimum he needs to be licking the windows in the old folks' home. The guy's not there. He's a puppet, right? And I made an Instagram video as I was driving here, and I said, 4 weeks ago on my show, the Chad Prather Show, I predicted exactly what was about to happen in Afghanistan, and I was specifically and very detailed, accurate. And what's about to happen is Joe Biden wants to leave hostages in Afghanistan. He wants to, because he's finishing out the Barack Obama policy of aiding and abetting and actually funding our enemies. So now, rather than pallets of cash to Iran, and rather than releasing Bo Bergdahl for ISIS terrorists from Guantanamo Bay, we'll now be paying ransom money to Afghanistan to get American hostages released. Now, that's just pay attention. I hope I'm wrong on that. But let me tell you something. When you start seeing stuff like that, and we can't speak out about who's in the office, and we can't speak out who's putting injections in our body, we're not America anymore. We're not free anymore. Our basic fundamental First Amendment freedom of speech right is being abolished before our face. People are telling us what we can think. We're being programmed. You need to read Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Go back and read George Orwell's 1984. It's happening. It was prophetic that it was going to happen. Read some history books and remind yourself that this isn't a thing that is new. We're being brainwashed. We've taken the concepts of sin and lasciviousness and we've laughed at it. We've used the television to launder it and to pander it out to make it okay. Where our consciences, they've grown callous. Our hearts aren't flesh anymore. They've turned to stone. We've lost our sense of passion. We've lost our sense of drive. Because what's the difference? I have people all the time who say to me, Chad, I want to make a difference, but what can we do? The federal government has gotten so big. We got 2.5 million unelected bureaucrats who are reaching their greedy, bony fingers into our business day in and day out. We didn't elect them. They were appointed. Government's gotten so big that if tomorrow suddenly government was made smaller, because we're conservatives, right? That's what we want. Most of us wouldn't know what to do with it. I have people all the time, and we talk about taking back our liberty, and they're like, but the federal government, the federal government's not going to let us do that. What about my Social Security? What about my property? I mean, they could come and take my property. You don't own your property anyway. You think the government's your friend. The government is not your friend. I say that every now and then on social media and people get mad. Oh, the government has my best interest at heart. Really? Stop paying them. And see what happens. But I want to encourage you guys today because we're not dead yet. America's not dead yet. Texas is not dead yet. I'm on this mission to get politics and government out of our lives. A friend of mine called me on the phone yesterday. Her mother's in a nursing home. Mother's in a nursing home. Her nurse practitioner came in. Her mother said, I haven't seen my nurse all day. Where is she? They said, she's been over in the COVID wing. My friend said, is there a bad outbreak here in the nursing home? They said, no, they're moving COVID patients from the hospital to the nursing home. Now, this sounds like New York, doesn't it? Sounds like Andrew Cuomo, doesn't it? We're doing it in Grapevine, Texas. Baylor Grapevine, they're moving them into the nursing home. And guess what else they told her? They said, the vaccinated patients are getting treatment first. You should be outraged at that. You should be outraged that not only are we doing these nonsensical things, violating a Hippocratic oath that says do no harm, but we have people in government positions, people in power, like our current governor, who spent $295 million in the last year on contact tracing. I've counted 14 constitutional violations that have been committed by our governor. If you had an employee working at your house, say it was a personal security, let's say you had billions of dollars, how many times could they break the rules of your house before you fired them? Our governor's broken it 14 times. He's played fireman after being the arsonist. And then when he lifts mandates and tells you you can go back to church again, he pats himself on the back like he did something good. This is what I mean. We got to get government out of our lives. No man, no woman can tell me if I'm essential. No one can tell me if my job is essential. Nobody can tell me if my livelihood is essential. Nobody. You guys know your history well enough to know that what happened in Boston Harbor in 1773 needs to happen again. We need to call it the Austin Tea Party. I want to make government small. I want to make politics boring again. Why don't we turn these people into celebrities? Who cares if a community organizer from Chicago who became a senator and from big money and the media and the celebrities in California turned him into the president of the United States, and now he's got a $13 million home on Martha's Vineyard because he's so oppressed as a black man in America. I'm not sure which half of him's oppressed and which they're fighting it out, I'm sure. These kind of things, listen, why do we turn them into celebrities? I don't care if George Clooney's partying with Barack Obama. Listen, this is the 21st century. I shouldn't know the name of the Secretary of the Interior. But 24/7 news cycles and social media have turned us on to these things. I want us to get back to men being men. I don't care if they call that toxic masculinity or not. I don't care. I'm so tired of this beta male mentality. You know what China wants from us? To be beta males. They want us to be easily conquered. They've got our minds, they got our money. Just give them time. We won't have anything to fight back with. I want to go back to the days where the first president of the Republic of Texas, Sam Houston, who said, govern wisely and as little as possible. As little as possible. We've got to hold these people's feet to the fire. And I love a guy like Sam Houston. Sam Houston, you know, he didn't have a lot of great character qualities, right? Here was a guy who was married 3 times, one time to an Indian Cherokee maiden. He left all of them, came to Texas. He was an alcoholic. He got into a duel when he was a state representative in Tennessee. And before he was in the duel, the governor of Tennessee and soon to be president of the United States, Andrew Jackson, told him, he said, bite down on a bullet, it'll help your aim. That's when men were men. And not only that, he didn't even fight the duel with the guy he was supposed to fight. He fought the guy's substitute, his second. You're a tough dude if you go stand in for a duel. Andrew Jackson stood in for over 100 duels. That's a lot of problems. But that's toxic masculinity. That's what they want to call it, right? I want you men, I want you young men, I want you older men, I want all of you. I want you to stand up and be the men that God called you to be. And I want you to govern yourself. I want you to govern your homes. I want you to govern your communities. And let's hold these politicians' feet to the fire, because they weren't sent there to be little dictators and tyrants. They were there to represent you and your priorities. But we can't hold them accountable until we hold ourselves accountable. So folks, I want to remind you, and I got to go. Remember who you are. That's your identity. Remember where you're going. That's your destiny. And do it all for what you're going to leave behind. That's your legacy. This state was built with an identity. In Texas, we have a humble arrogance here. We walk a little taller. We puff our chest out. We're Texas, by God. But right now, in healthcare and opportunity, in education, we're ranked in the 30s and the 40s. That's not our identity. You can remember the names of history, the Crockett's, the Bowies, the Travises, the Houstons. You can remember those names. But what about your name? Because history's still being written. Your name needs to be written down so that your great-grandchildren can look back and say, they pursued their destiny. They kept Texas great. They fought for America. And ultimately, that's the legacy you are going to leave behind. God bless you guys. Get government out of our lives, folks. God bless you.
Isn't he funny? I love that guy. I feel like he's like Texas Donald Trump. Alrighty, y'all. So next up, it's going to be Rafael Cruz. And I absolutely love Rafael Cruz. My brother actually worked on the Cruz campaign for a while, and him and Rafael traveled all over. It's Ted Cruz's dad, and he is an amazing man, such a man of God. So if you'll just help me welcome Rafael Cruz.
We know what we're here for, and we begin to live a life of contribution, a life contributing to the life of others. We have the hope and the promise of eternal life.
Well, give it up one more time for Rafael Cruz.
Blessings.
I've said twice already that this man is a mentor to me, and I encourage all of you to find somebody that you look up to that can give you life advice and pray for you and that you can look up to. And sometimes that's not always easily attainable, but do your best to look for that, because I think it'll be worthwhile when you do.
And let me say you something, Christian. You have done an amazing job with this conference. It hasn't been fantastic. This has been an incredible 2 days. Congratulations.
Well, to God be the glory, and I'm just excited that you're here. It's an honor that you're here. Let's get into your story. You are obviously the father of our great Senator Ted Cruz, who is a patriot that votes right and does the right thing by our state and our nation, and we're just so thankful for Senator Ted Cruz. And that didn't come without having the right parenting, I'm sure. So tell us a little bit about your story coming from and escaping communist Cuba.
Before I do that, though, I have to tell you, I put this man through the ringer for about a year and a half. We traveled the whole country, and it was like 16, 18 hours a day, 6 days a week, running from airport to airport, doing sometimes 2 and 3 cities a day. This man is a warrior.
We traveled the country going to churches and Tea Party groups and Republican women groups and all different kinds of groups, talking to anybody and everybody that would listen. And let me tell you, Rafael, he was 76 at the time, and he would like sprint through airports. He was like always so, he was, my job at the time, I was his body man. Basically what that means is I kind of was supposed to carry his stuff, but I think he felt like a pride thing for letting anybody carry his stuff, so he would like not let me. He's like, no, you can't carry my stuff. I can do it myself. And I was like, okay. And he was still too fast for me to catch up with. And like a funny habit about Rafael, like he doesn't eat carbohydrates hardly. That's why he's so thin. And so like he eats like all these vitamins for breakfast. And I'm like, that's a very interesting routine. You just shove your mouth full of vitamins. And so, and like he just eats like meat and vegetables, and he's just basically like a pure carnivore. So it's interesting.
Well, anyway, answering your question,
I totally got off topic there. So.
As you can tell by my Bostonian accent, I wasn't born in this country. I was born in Cuba in 1939, long before any of you were born. And when I was 13 years old, a very oppressive dictatorship took over Cuba. It was a military dictatorship. They began killing dissidents by the tens of thousands. They began basically oppressing the people. They had something similar to the Al Capone protection. If you, let's say you own the restaurant, and a sergeant will walk into your restaurant and say, well, you know something, Christian, you got a lot of health violations here. I think if a health inspector came here, he'd probably close your restaurant. You know something, I was thinking about going to Hawaii with my family next week, but that's going to cost $5,000. And either Christian came up with $5,000, or I would find a crony that would come with me, shut down your restaurant. No different than the protectionism that Al Capone had in Chicago. But anyway, so this gave rise to student protests. And that's how the opposition started, student protests, which were met very quickly with billy clubs. As a matter of fact, at that time, it was really a badge of distinction if you had a patch on your head where somebody hit you with a billy club. And then a year later, in 1953, a young university leader by the name of Fidel Castro, together with his brother and a group of university students, attacked an army headquarters in the eastern part of Cuba. Most of them were killed, but Fidel and Raul were put in jail. They were tried, and then instead of being sent to prison, they were sent to Mexico into exile. And they started planning a revolution from Mexico. Meanwhile, that same planning was going on in Cuba with the leaders of the university, and it started with students. And I was involved as an early teenager in what was called the underground. Not much difference if you've seen movies about the Second World War, about like the underground in France during the Second World War, doing sabotage and propaganda and whatever. And to make a long story short, I finished high school, started at the university in the easternmost part of Cuba, and joined the underground there. And I remember one night, was November 29th of 1956. About 100 university students were summoned to a school building, and the leader of the underground there spoke to us and said, Fidel Castro is landing tomorrow. Now you got to realize, we all thought Fidel Castro was a big, great guy. We thought he was going to be a liberator. So this guy says, Fidel Castro is landing tomorrow. I'm going to divide you into two groups. 50 of you are going to attack the police headquarters at 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. The other 50 will be the support troops for Fidel Castro when he arrives at 7 o'clock to attack the same army garrison that he had attacked years before. And I was in that second group that was supposed to be the support troops. Look how crazy this was, Christian. We didn't even have weapons. Castro was supposed to give us a weapon when he came in trucks. Well, 7 o'clock in the morning came by, and a runner came running, hey, abort, abort, Castro didn't land. Well, the people that were supposed to attack the police headquarters, they didn't get the memo, and most of them were killed. And all of a sudden I thought, boy, I got lucky. If it had been the other way around, I'd probably be dead. Well, of course, the university was shut immediately. About 3 days later, 4 of us decided to get out of the city. One of the guys had a car, so we get in the car, start driving out, and we get stopped by an army patrol. And of course, they thought we were part of the whole thing. And they take us to that same army headquarters we were supposed to attack in a truck, and someone was driving the car, and as they walk us in, you could hear all the soldiers chanting, "To the firing squad, to the firing squad." I thought that would be my last day on earth. But again, I thought, boy, I got lucky. They had arrested by mistake the son of an army major who was going to college with us. He did not know we were involved in the underground, so he came, vouched for us, and they released us. Boy, did I get lucky. Well, I came home about 500 miles away and joined the underground in my hometown. And 7 months later, I was arrested again. This time, I went through some very severe torturing, repeated torturing. And typically what this army regime would do is they would capture you, they would beat you half to death, and then 2-3 days later you would appear shot on the streets. And the headlines were always the same. This man tried to attack an army patrol, they got killed in self-defense, so I thought that would be what would happen to me. But one morning, they dragged me out of my cell and brought me before the colonel. And the colonel said to me, "We are going to release you. But if a bomb explodes in this city, I'm coming to get you." And I said, "But Colonel, how can I be responsible for what other people do?" He says, "I don't give a flip. If a bomb explodes in this city, I'm coming to get you." So I called my father, and he came to get me. I was all beaten up. My clothes were totally covered in blood. And they took me home. You can imagine my mother and my sister, Sonia. Her mother is sitting right here with me, Bibi. And they were both screaming, you know, basically paranoid. And I knew I couldn't stay home. But again, I thought I got lucky because typically the people that were arrested were killed. Well, I had not been home any more than 2 hours when a lady came from the underground and she said, you need to get out of the country. They know who you are. They got people assigned to follow you 24 hours a day to see if you would contact your superiors. You have to get out of the country. Well, I had been a straight A student in high school. I figured the easiest way to get out of the country is on a student visa. So I applied to 3 universities in the US, University of Miami, LSU, and the University of Texas. University of Texas was the first one to accept me, and that's how I became a Texan. So my father bought a passage on a ferry boat from Havana to Key West, and one morning and I had my passport with my acceptance letter from the University of Texas, I was able to get a 4-year student visa. And so one morning, I laid on the back seat of the car inside the garage, and my father and mother and sister, they drove me to this boat. And it was a very difficult thing. I thought I would never see my parents again. My mother was crying. My sister was crying. My father was trying to contain his tears. He was trying to be strong to give me some strength. I got on that boat, and as that boat sailed, I had ambivalent feelings. I didn't know what laid ahead, but I had heard about the land of the free and the home of the brave. So at the same time, I was exhilarated. I didn't know any English, didn't really have any money. So I got to Key West, and then I took a bus from Key West to Miami and another bus from Miami to Austin, Texas. Didn't know any English. I got there about a month before school started. But I took the advice of an English teacher in Cuba, and he said, go to the movies every day. So at that time, movies were 20 cents. That kind of, you can imagine. And so I would go to a movie at 6 o'clock and watch the same movie 3 times. And I did it as work. I mean, I concentrated trying to associate words with objects and words with actions. And by the 3rd time, I had a pretty good idea what the movie was about. I did that daily for a month, and I learned to think in English in 1 month. And so I started university, and I got a job as a dishwasher in a restaurant. I figure as a dishwasher, you don't have to speak very much. They bring you the dirty dishes, you wash them, you get paid, and you got all your food free. So I would eat like crazy. I mean, I ate constantly because I had no money to buy food outside of those 8 hours. The other 16 hours, I didn't eat at all. And I went to school full-time and worked full-time and got my bachelor's in 3.5 years. So let me say something to you young people, and if I step on some toes, just say, ouch. I have come across so many young people that have told me, well, I can't go to college. My parents don't have any money. I just have 3 words for you. Go to work! It can be done. As a matter of fact, this man next to me did the same thing. He went to Liberty University and he paid for his own schooling. So it can be done if you have the desire and the commitment. So anyway, that was my story coming out of Cuba. Still thinking that Castro was a good guy. 1959, Castro takes over Cuba. And at the end of that semester, I go back to Cuba, and did I ever get a shock? That same man that was talking about liberty and freedom was now confiscating private property, now was putting pastors and anybody who was a professional in prison, was confiscating private property, and was starting to execute people. Anyone who was not a supporter of the revolution was called a dissident, and they were killed by the thousands, by the tens of thousands. My mother was an elementary school teacher, and one of the stories I heard was soldiers would come into a kindergarten class and would say to the children, okay, children, close your eyes and pray to God for candy. Come on, come on, come on, close your eyes, pray to God for candy. All right, open your eyes. Where's the candy? No candy. All right, close your eyes again and pray to Fidel for candy. And while their eyes were closed, very quietly, those soldiers would put candy on all their desks. You see, communism needs to destroy the concept of God because government must become your God. That is what's happening in America today. The current administration in the White House wants to destroy every concept of God. One of the bills that was passed by the House in D.C. is H.R. 5. That is sitting in the Senate as S5. That will destroy every church in America. They seek to destroy Christianity because your allegiance must be to almighty government and not to God. So we need to have our eyes awake. Let me tell you, I could say I have an advantage over you because I've seen the other side, and it ain't pretty. They seek to destroy our way of life. Now, I didn't know God at the time, but I'll tell you what, I saw the oppression that communism was bringing. So I was there for only 3 weeks. Glad to see my parents and my sister, but I got out of there as quickly as I could and came back to the United States, never to return again. America is my country. I am an American first and foremost. And we have the great blessing of living in the greatest country on the face of the earth, and the double blessing of living in the greatest state within the greatest country on the face of the earth. But I'll tell you, it was not until I had been here for 18 years, it was not until 1975. And I'll tell you, when I graduated from college, I was very successful. Within 3 years of leaving college, I had my own business, was very successful in business, but was a multi-millionaire, but my life had no meaning. I had no peace. I became a drunk. I was leaving from work at 5 o'clock and going to a bar till midnight, and sometimes in the morning I'd get up and look and see if I ran over somebody, if there was blood in my bumper, because I couldn't remember how I got home. This culminated the end of 74, that I walked away on my wife and son and went to Houston, feeling sorry for myself, drowning myself in a bottle of booze. And I was in that stupor for almost 4 months. I remember, Christian, at the very beginning of April 1975, a friend of mine invited me to a Bible study at his home. Well, you know, I had nothing to do. I said, yeah, I'll go. I don't remember what this Bible study was all about. I have no clue. But what I remember was what happened at the end of this Bible study. They had a time of prayer. And so they asked for prayer requests. I never heard the term before, but it was intriguing. And I discovered that all these people had problems. As a matter of fact, there was a woman that her son, she and her son lived together, and her son would beat her to get money for drugs. And yet she had a peace that I couldn't understand. As a matter of fact, they all had this peace. And I had no peace whatsoever. Only peace I could find was getting myself drunk out of my mind to only have a headache the next morning and be as miserable as the day before. So anyway, when I left that house, this lady gave me a little booklet, and she said, would you take this booklet? It was called The Four Spiritual Laws. She said, would you go and read it, and would you come back next Monday? And I said, sure. So I went back the next Monday, and she said, did you read the book? And I said, yeah. Well, what did you think? And I said, well, that's too easy. It can't be that easy. Well, she didn't know how to answer me. They were new Christians. And instead of leading me to the man who led the Bible study, she said, would you come back tomorrow night? Our pastor is going to be at our home tomorrow night. Tuesday night, Baptist church, visitation day. So I go to their house the next night, 7 o'clock, and I was thinking, man, I'm a scientist. No hick pastor is going to bamboozle me into anything. So I spent 4 hours arguing with this pastor. I mean, you talk about endurance. 4 hours arguing with this preacher. Finally, at about 11 o'clock at night, I remember the last question I asked this pastor. I said, let me ask you a question. How about that man up in the mountains of Tibet who's never heard of Jesus? And very wisely, this pastor didn't go chasing that rabbit, or we would have argued for another 2 hours. He looked me in the eye and he said, well, to tell you the truth, I don't know about this pastor up in the mountains of Tibet who's never heard of Jesus, but you heard of Jesus. What's your excuse? And let me tell you, that just so shocked me. It hit me like a mallet in the middle of my forehead, and all of a sudden it was like scales fell from my eyes. And I had a revelation of who Jesus Christ was. And I dropped to my knees and surrendered my life to the King of Kings and Lord of Lords. And I realized that all those experiences where I should have been killed and my life was spared, and I thought I was lucky, it wasn't luck at all. God had other plans for my life. That God I did not know had other plans for my life. So I want to tell you, if you have been, perhaps you don't know Jesus. And let me tell you something. Going to church doesn't make you a Christian any more than sleeping in a garage makes you a car. It's not about religion, it's about relationship with the living Christ. Anyway, all of a sudden, I realized that God had a plan for my life. And He had a purpose for my life. And I'll tell you, it just changed my life radically. Of course, the first thing I did was go back to my wife and try to explain to her that I was now a new creation. Well, you know, she didn't really believe me. But she also didn't want to raise a 4-year-old son without a father. Some of you are too young to remember Ronald Reagan, but one of the greatest sayings of Ronald Reagan was, trust and verify. So She decided to trust but verify, and we got back together. Now remember, I was a drunk. And so to celebrate that we were together, we went to the beach. And we are at the beach. And I order a beer, and I drink a beer. And I order a second beer, and I drank about half of it. And all of a sudden, I take this beer and take a sip. It was the most awful taste you could imagine. I mean, it was bitter. It tasted like gall. I put that bottle of beer on that sand. That's the last drink I had over 45 years ago. I got home, and I had this bar with every conceivable bottle of booze you could think of, and I opened them all up and poured them down the drain, even 2 or 3 that still had seals. I mean, my garbage man must have thought I had the biggest bash you could ever think of, because I had a whole garbage can full of empty booze bottles. And I'll tell you, I want to leave you with this. Don't think that your life is an accident. Perhaps some of you are going through difficult times. Perhaps you're having a difficult situation at home or with your peers. But God has a purpose for your life. We just heard a little while ago about how every life is precious. All of you were in the mind of God before you were conceived. Jeremiah chapter 1 verse 5 says, before you were conceived in your mother's womb, God said, I knew you and I've appointed you as a prophet to the nations. I tell you, God has great plans for you. In the same book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11, it says, I know the plans that I have for you, says the Lord, and they are plans for good and not for evil, to give you a purpose, a future, and a hope. Amen. So you have God has great plans for your life. Do
Amen.
not despair, and realize that those hard times you've been going through is perhaps God's way of saying there is no peace outside the Prince of Peace. I encourage you, surrender your life to Jesus Christ, the Prince of Peace, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, and make your life count for Him.
Amen.
Thank you. To God be the glory. To God be all the glory.
Rafael, before we let you go, how can people stay connected with you on social media? You can go to Rafael Cruz on Facebook, and you can just click follow. If you use Facebook, you should use Facebook, and then that way you follow him.
Well, I'll tell you this. I did a Facebook Live for a year, every Monday, until about a month ago, and actually it had started happening about 3 months ago, that Facebook was blocking me sporadically. A month ago, it was blocking to an extent that I finally had to stop Facebook. And but my grandniece, Audrey, has promised me she's going to help me start a podcast.
All right, would y'all like to see him start a podcast?
So you guys bug Audrey to help me start a podcast.
Well, let me tell you what. When you get that podcast started, I'll email blast it out to all of my contacts here, and then they can listen to your new podcast.
If I start a podcast, I need all of you to subscribe to it so we can get it out in the open. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America. God bless Texas. And God bless each and every one of you. Remember, you have a future and a hope.
almost at the end of the day. How has it been so far? I know that's how I feel too. All right, y'all. So next up is going to be my brother. And his name is Christian Collins. A lot of y'all probably know. And I was talking in the back earlier to someone, and we thought it was really funny because at home I call him Bubba. And we just think that's funny. A lot of people call their brother that. If you want to say, go Bubba, y'all can during his speech. He probably won't like it, but I think it's funny. But I love my brother. I really look up to him. He has a great heart for God and for people, and he really wants to make a difference in this world, and I see that he's doing that. So if you will help me introduce Bubba, or my brother, Christian Collins.
It's so important to know why you believe what you believe. Not just the right answers, but why you believe what you believe.
Because you can come from a Christian conservative home, and yet you go off to college, and these colleges are liberal indoctrination camps. It's like the house built on sand. They fall apart.
I am so optimistic about what I'm seeing today, and I'm optimistic about our country at large. America is the greatest country in the world and the most exceptional nation, and we live in the greatest state in the union here in Texas, right?
God bless Texas. So my talk yesterday was really about what God has called you to do with your life, to inspire you to go out and make a difference in this world. But I would be amiss if I didn't take this opportunity to talk about conservatism and the direction that we need to go as conservatives. Because there's a lot of people that use that word conservative, but that means different things to different people. And everyone has their own flavor and brand of conservatism. But there's different lanes in the conservative movement. And so one of the things that I really want to stress to you is that just because someone calls themselves a conservative doesn't mean that they're a conservative. And we need to stand for the right principles. There's a philosophy out there, y'all. I listen to people talk about this. They say that you have to moderate your views to win elections. You appeal to the middle. But that's not the philosophy of Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan said, we paint in bold colors, not pale pastels. We're going to stand up for God. We're going to stand up for family. We're going to stand up for country. We're going to fight. We're going to stand up for America. And we need to have election integrity, and if we don't, then we're going to lose this country. We have 23 states that have the trifecta: a Republican governor, a Republican legislature, Senate, and House. What are we doing not passing election integrity? Look at Georgia. Look at Arizona. Look at what happened in this past election. And for Republicans to go out there and to say that that's not happening, we have two eyes. We can see that, right? We know what we saw. And there was something very, very wrong with the 2020 election. And we don't have to, we know that. But there's some Republicans that just want to move on. There's some people that call themselves conservatives that just want to move on. And it's because they hated the person in office. They want to get back to the establishment. They want to get back to the good old boys that just go along, that get along, that don't actually stand for anything. That take their corporate donations and do absolutely nothing. Their office furniture that sit in Washington or sit in Austin forever, and they do absolutely nothing. We need to fight for this country, y'all. We need patriots. We need people that are going to stand up for America. So my call to action to you is make sure that you're voting for people that are truly conservative. Not just an R or D behind their name, but that are people that are actually conservative. People that are fighting for secure borders. You see, there are companies that give corporate donations to certain
political parties or members of those political parties that don't want secure borders. They want illegal immigration, and they want it unbridled so that they come into this country and there's no way to verify and vet them, and they're paid under the table and you have no idea who they are, and some of them are good people, but there's a lot of criminals and very bad people coming through. Not good. And they're in the Chamber of Commerce in Washington, and different organizations like that are so liberal and they absolutely stand for nothing. So we need people that will stand up for secure borders. Donald Trump stood for secure borders, building the wall and ending illegal immigration. It is truly tragic what happened in Afghanistan. And this whole thing is terrible. And the Democrats are conflating right now we needed to pull out versus how they pulled out. They pulled out in the most incompetent way imaginable, and people have died because of it. We need to pray for those soldiers that lost their lives, or pray for the families of the soldiers that lost their lives. We need to pray for our troops and military men and women in Afghanistan. We need to pray for the people of Afghanistan. Guys, but we should never have been there in the first place. We should never have been there in the first place. And we have these endless wars where we go there and we try to set up democracies in countries and it just doesn't work. We need people that are going to stand against these endless wars, and they try to nation build. And they love the war because these companies that fund these members of both parties give them contributions, and then they push war all across the world. They want to police the entire world. Not good. So we need conservatives that are against endless wars. We need conservatives that are going to stand up and get back to ending this endless spending in Washington and especially in Austin. We need to make debt hawks popular again because they're spending money and it's going to fall on our generation. They're not going to pay for it. We are. And we all owe all this money to China and all these different countries that don't like us. That is not good. And members of both sides love to spend money on social programs or military or whatever, but we're spending way too much money. Not good. So when you're vetting your conservatives that call themselves conservatives and they're not standing up for some of those principles like election integrity, border security, ending endless wars, and eliminating the debt, they just continue to add to the deficit on and on and on. That isn't good. We need a generation of patriots. And my challenge to you is to get involved in the political process. Consider running for political office or support those who do, so that you ensure the American dream for generations to come. Thank you, and God bless you.
Oh, I heard that. Someone said, good job, Bubba. Can I hear it again? Go, Bubba! He's going to hate me for that later. He probably doesn't think that's very funny. You think it's funny? Alrighty, y'all. This has been really fun. Well, we have the last person of tonight, and y'all probably know who that is. It's Madison Cawthorn. If you will help me welcome him now.
National leaders on the left have normalized emotion-based voting and a radicalized identity politics that rejects Martin Luther King's dream. You can kneel before God, but stand for our flag.
Wow, let me tell you, it is so much better to be in Texas than in Washington, D.C. I am so honored to be here surrounded by so many people in my own generation, because everybody that I work with in Washington, I'll tell you, they've literally been in politics for longer than we've been alive. But I will tell you, you know, we've got a lot of problems going on in our country right now. We've got a lot going on. When you think about what's going on in Afghanistan, I mean, you know, politics, there's a lot of gamesmanship that goes on in politics. There's a lot of having to score points on the other side to get elected, maneuvering to make sure you have the right amount of influence that you need. But I believe that so many people in Washington have started to believe that the game of politics is their actual job, when their actual job is to govern on behalf of the people. And what's going on in Washington, what's going on in Afghanistan is a real-world example of what happens when people are in office that don't actually take the job seriously. When people are in office that don't actually care about American lives. Because we right now have over 13 Marines who are lying dead. Many, many civilians in Afghanistan, but 13 United States Marines who are dead. Daughters, sons, fathers, brothers. People who will never get to come home to their family because we have an inept and an incompetent and a mentally frail president right now who is failing our country. And so, my friends, you know, I do not believe that now is the time for impassioned speeches from the Republican side or from the conservative movement. These great speeches that get you all fired up, make you want to run through a wall, but then are followed up by no action. I believe now is the time for action to save our country and to safeguard our republic. That's why my team and I, we have recently sent a formal request for the 25th Amendment to the Constitution to be invoked to get Joe Biden out of office. Because we cannot have someone who is in clear mental decline. And it's on display for every single one of us. We saw it all. He literally slept for about 90% of his campaign. He had a stolen election that put him in office. And now we're starting to see what happens when you have someone that is in cognitive decline in command of our armed forces and in command of this country. He cannot be allowed to rule our country for 1 second longer, and he needs to be removed from office. Now, I know a lot of you are starting to say, but that means that then we're just left with Kamala Harris. And trust me, I like what you just said. That is absolutely no better. But I'm telling you, we cannot continue to sit idly by and not hold these Democrats accountable for their actions. And so I say that if Kamala Harris comes up, we will take them down one at a time until we have true representation. So I'll tell you, for those of you who don't know my story, I'm not much older than you. I'm currently 26 years old. When I was 18 years old, I was a senior in high school. I had an incredible family. I had an incredible life. My entire childhood was very charmed. And I lived with a middle-class family, incredible parents. I was homeschooled all the way through. It was an incredible way to grow up. But then when I was 18 years old, I was a senior in high school. I was going on spring break. I was heading home from it. And I took a step into a car. But little did I know that'd be the last step I ever took. Because while I was taking a nap in the passenger seat, one of my best friends fell asleep while driving the car. And about 70 miles an hour in a construction zone, we ran headlong into a concrete barricade. The car continued to surge forward. The airbags deployed. My spine snapped in half right on my T12 vertebrae. The car was scraping up against the concrete walls, and the friction exposed the fuel line. Then the sparks from that decided to ignite that fuel, and the whole car burst into flames. I'm crumpled over very near death at that time. The entire car is on fire. I'm getting severe third-degree burns on my legs, and then thankfully I was pulled out of that car and flown to an ICU unit, where I spent the next 3 months of my life fighting for my life. Both of my lungs were punctured. I had severe internal bleeding. One of my kidneys was completely ripped off. I had a traumatic brain injury. I couldn't speak because my diaphragm had ruptured. Both of my ankles were crushed. My pelvis was cracked in half. I had severe third-degree burns all over my body. I was just about to die. But for whatever reason, and modern medicine can't explain it, although I did have incredible doctors and incredible nurses who saved my life many times. But I will tell you, thanks to the prayers of great Christians all around this country and all around this world, I was saved from that accident, and I was able to live. And so then I went on through my life. I had to claw just to get back to a normal life. I started a business. I continued living. I fell in love with a beautiful woman who I just married in April. But I'll tell you, once we got engaged, we had those normal conversations, which I'm sure you can imagine once you get engaged. It's the question of, hey, well, how many kids do you want to have? When do you want to have those kids? The normal questions that you would ask. And while we were going through that, after I had that conversation, it was December of 2019, I went out and I was thinking to myself, man, what would it be like to raise kids in a country that is so divided? Because, I think a lot of our parents and the people who have come before us are really unable to fathom exactly how politicized childhood has become in this country. How quickly I know all of us have felt it, how quickly we're being tugged on by the media, by social media, by our friends, by our teachers, to choose a political side and become political pawns for one of these sides or another. And so as I started to sit there and think about it, I said, man, there is no time to wait. That accident taught me one thing, that I could have died very easily in that construction zone. My life could have been over right there. And I realized that my life is nothing more than a vapor. All of our lives is nothing more than a vapor. We will not be here for very long. And so as I'm sitting there engaged, my congressman that was in my district just went to be Donald Trump's chief of staff. And I was sitting there with an open congressional district in my hometown and wondering, man, what would it be like to raise kids in this country? And I realized that we do not have the luxury to sit around and wait until we're 50 years old or 60 years old to start to try to fix this country. Something needs to be done now. And so I decided to run for Congress. My best friend Blake, he's over here. Yeah, all right. He decided to come and actually help me on my campaign. He's now my chief of staff. He's from Texas, so that's why I have so much love for this place. But as we decided to go through this campaign, all the odds were against us. People had raised over $4 million against us. The establishment was behind one candidate, and we really didn't have a chance in the world. But I never thought we were going to lose, because I didn't really care what the media was calling me, because it was not the media who called me to do this job. I believe I was called by God and by the people of Western North Carolina to do this job. And so we went around and we met people and we spoke with people. We played it just like it was the movie Moneyball. We made it a complete numbers game, and we were able to actually have the people of Western North Carolina take the chance on a young man to go and represent them in Washington, D.C. And when I got there, man, I realized I knew Congress was going to be broken, but I didn't realize it would be this bad. I thought that when we got there, it's 435 members of Congress. We all represent about 700,000 to 1 million people. And I figured all 435 of us would be on the House floor. I knew Nancy Pelosi was going to be in, I can't even say her name. But I'll tell you, I knew Nancy Pelosi was going to be in command, but I expected, she'd bring up an issue. Hey, you know what? There's terrible illegal immigration going on. So, just kidding. I knew she wouldn't bring that up. But I figured that she'd say, hey, we have crumbling infrastructure in Indianapolis, and 43 people are dying every single day because of the bad roads and bad bridges. And then we'd sit there and we'd all debate it, and we'd try and figure out what's in the best interest of the American people. We might sit back soberly and say, well, that person had a really good point. If we combine that idea with this other really good idea, then it'd be a good middle ground for all of the American people, and it'd work, and it would save lives, and we'd be doing our job. But my friends, that's not how Congress works. I'll tell you, when I go to the floor to debate an issue that I think needs to be talked about, there's maybe 6 or 7 other congressmen on the floor because the decisions are being made in back rooms that are smoke-filled with special interest groups saying, hey, this would really help my business and our shareholders. I need you to do this or else we're not going to fund your reelection. And then they just go out and they do what they're told. They're ruled by these mob bosses, and I call them mob bosses, but they run super PACs or they run unions or they run teachers unions or whatever it is, and then these people go out and they vote on the best interests of these special interest groups, not in the best interests of their people. And so I will tell you, Congress is incredibly broken. And when I'm sitting up there and I'm thinking about it, I really realize that we need help. And so, my friends, I'm telling you, I need all of you because I believe that we all realize that our life is a vapor and your life could be over in an instant. But wouldn't you, right when you get to heaven, be able to enjoy being able to look back and saying, my vapor meant something. My vapor had consequence. And I was able to actually make a difference. And believe me, you can make a difference. Because, my friends, your life could be over in 5 years. It truly could be. And so you need to make a decision today. Make this the turning point in your life, the crossroads where you made a decision. You can look back saying, when I was in a Baptist church in Texas, I made a decision to change who I am fundamentally. Because I need all of you to become an elite version of yourself. I need you to be the most incredible, most goal-oriented, most narrowly focused person that you have ever met. Because if you decide right now to fundamentally change yourself, then you can go out and fundamentally change this world. And that's what we need. Because I'm telling you right now, if the conservative movement continues just to elect the same kind of people that they have been, if the conservative movement just decides to stay the same, then my friends, we're going to lose. Because, if you look to what's going on in the radical socialist side of this country, if you look what's going on in Congress, there was a 29-year-old bartender in the Bronx who decided that she was going to risk it all and go to Congress. Yeah, you all know who I'm talking about. But I will tell you right now, Nancy Pelosi is on her heels, having her entire movement co-opted and taken over by socialists because they are willing to risk it all to change the country. And if we continue just to send the same cookie-cutter politicians, the same kind of people, they've got pleated pants and tasseled loafers, and, they like seeing their name in the paper every other week, but they're not actually there to get something done and to make a difference and to risk it all and put everything on the line, then the socialists are going to take over this country, and I will not let that happen. Because, my friends, I'm telling you right now, if you look back into our history, when you look to Lexington and Concord, the youngest Minutemen they had on the field right then were 18 years old. And I'm telling you, when you look back into our history, to the founding of our nation, the founding generation, you probably think, oh, it was this incredible movement, and they were assured of victory, and they were just going to do it. But when you realize that it was just 56 men in Philadelphia who signed the Declaration of Independence, and then only 3% of the American population who actually fought for our freedom, you realize that it's just a small group of movement, people who are narrowly focused on achieving greatness, that can change everything in this country. And my friends, when we look back to our history and we realize that we are not descended from fearful men or fearful women, I am telling you right now, we need Minutemen of the 21st century. We need people who are going to stand up and decide to be the best version of themselves to actually save this country. And so now I'm sure a lot of you, just based on the fact that you're here, based on all the American flags that I see, I'm sure that you would be called radicals by the mainstream media. And I'm not. I even hate calling them mainstream media because they are anything but mainstream. Because when we say that I want to start a family and I want to be a Christian and I want to live below my means and create wealth and make a better country for myself, they think that you're a radical extremist because of having those normal mainstream views. And if we just continue to sit back and let them take over, then that will be radical and that will be crazy. Because right now, I'm asking you to be a radical for freedom. I'm asking you to say, hey, you know what? I will put absolutely everything on the line to change this country. Because if we believe that we can make a radical difference in this country and fundamentally change this country to become what it is meant to be, a country that gives freedom and liberty to everyone, of self-determination, of self-greatness, of making sure that this country is going to be better for the next generation than the one that we live in now, and we don't think it's going to cost us anything socially or just to who we are and to ourselves, then my friends, we're fooling ourselves. Because I'm telling you right now, we need to make a decision to stand strong and say, I don't care what kind of forces I'm going to come up against. I will die before I let this country fall to socialism. And I'm asking you right now to make the decision to become an elite version of yourself so that when you are laying on your deathbed and you're looking up at that ceiling, you have no regrets and you can beat your fist saying, I know I did everything for my country and for my family and for my God, because that is what I was put here to do. Because my friends, I genuinely believe that we were born for such a time as this. We have had the greatest period of peace and prosperity in our country and in the world for the last 4 or 5 decades that the world has ever seen. But the problem with victory and the problem with peace and prosperity and the problem with good times is that it creates weak people. And my friends, when we look at the rise of Black Lives Matter, of this socialist movement, of people trying to literally destroy what it means to be an American, of trying to raise an entire generation to purposely hate the country that they live in, when we realize that we live in all those times, it's not the fault of the Democratic Party. It's the fault of the Republican Party for not standing strong and holding the line. Because for too long we've said, let's just put everybody on defense and let's hold the line. But my friends, the Democrats are totally okay with incremental victory. They're totally okay with chipping away at us inch by inch by inch. And when you look at what's happened for the last 4 decades, you realize what they started in the 1960s is now coming to fruition in 2020 and 2021. And so we need to say enough is enough. We're not going to stand by and allow this country to fall. Because if you really think about it, when you realize that a rudder is capable of turning the entire ship, realize that you can be that small change that changes that entire ship. And now I'm sure all of you are sitting here, based on the American flags I'm seeing, you're willing to commit yourself to that. But I'm sure you're probably asking yourself, well, how do I become an elite version of myself? How do I become so goal-oriented that I'm willing to risk it all and being capable of actually defeating this liberal ideology and this woke ideology to save this country? Well, I can tell you the first place I would want you to look is look at your friend group. Because if I go and meet your 5 closest friends, I will know everything I need to know about you. Because the people who you surround yourselves with is who you become. And then I'm going to ask you, what are you consuming on a daily basis? Because what you consume in your mind, what goes through your ears, is what eventually ends up molding your heart. And what molds your heart, it determines what you are going to do outside of these doors and in this country. And so, my friends, I'm telling you, I encourage all of you, pull out your phones, take a notebook out or whatever. I'm going to give you a book recommendation. The name of the book is Success is Not an Accident by Tommy Newberry. And it talks about how you need to set goals and be incredibly intentional in everything that you do in your life. And I encourage all of you to you can order however you want to order it. You might not want to order it off Amazon because they're woke crazies. But get that book and read it and understand that you need to become intentional. Because like I said, your life could be over in 5 years. So determine what goals do you need to set over the next 3 years to become the most effective version of yourself to be able to save this country. And I'm going to encourage you, I consume about 3 hours of podcasts every single day. And you don't have to do that every single day because I realize that's a lot and it's not your full-time job to be really someone who's in the government having to talk about this stuff every single day. But I encourage you, listen to the podcast by Charlie Kirk, 1 hour of that a week. Listen to a podcast by Ben Shapiro about 1 hour a week. And then listen to a podcast of Jordan Peterson about 1 hour a week. Because remember, you're not consuming sound bites. You are molding your brain to be able to fight for liberty. And I see this guy has a shirt on right there that says 0% liberal. And I love that. And don't sink down, man. Stand strong. Because I believe that everyone in here is about 0% liberal. Because it's time for us to say, you know what? I'm not going to be content with genteel politics. Because it is time for our generation to step up and take the stage and to say, you know what, I'm not content to sit here and wait until I'm 50 years old and let my country be on fire. Because we need to take over our government with strong-minded, God-fearing patriots right now who go to the government and say, you know what, when we come to power, we're not going to get there and say, oh, well, we don't want to upset the establishment very much. We want to upset the establishment. We want to have election integrity. We want to make sure our borders are locked down. We want to say, hey, you know what, Nancy Pelosi, you were walking around with the checkbook of my generation, and we want it back. Stop the reckless spending because you are putting all of that debt upon us, and we're going to have to pay for it. My friends, we need to go to Washington. I need all of you to become incredibly competent at debating, to become incredibly competent at knowing exactly what you believe and why you believe it. And then don't sit down and say, well, you know what, I'll leave that up to somebody else. No, it is up to us to become that small movement in this country to be able to turn the udder to change everything. Because right now there is a battle for the wheel of this ship. And right now it is basically myself, Charlie Kirk, a guy named Byron Donalds, a few young patriots who are standing up and saying, no, we're not going to let AOC and the squad command the rudder of this ship and determine where our country goes. But we need reinforcements. Because, my friends, we're going up against the mainstream media. They've started to co-opt most of our institutions of education. I don't even call them public schools anymore because they no longer work in the public interest of America. They've co-opted our education system. They're starting to take over and liberalize the intelligence community and the judiciary system. It is time for us to stand up and say, when we take power, we are not going to play with one hand tied behind our back. We are going to change our country fundamentally. We are going to go after people. When we take power, I'm telling you, we need to start saying we're not just going to be, because you hear all these people chanting, lock her up for people committing crimes against our country or treason. No, it's time we take action. We're going to go after Anthony Fauci for lying to Congress. When we take power, if Joe Biden is not out of office, we will impeach him for giving a kill list to the Taliban of every single American citizen that lives in Afghanistan. We will lock down our borders. We will save this country because it is up to us. I feel so honored to be in your midst and to be in your same generation because God put us here knowing how difficult the times were going to be. And he put us here for such a time as this. So when you feel that small pinprick on your heart, where you think that the Holy Spirit is saying, who will go? Who will go defend this great country that I've given you? Stand up and say, it is me, I will go. I will serve valiantly, and I will do it on behalf of the American people. Not for my own self-interest, but for the next generation, for the children that we have. Because I'm telling you, if we decide to just sit back and play politics as usual, and I know I sit down professionally, but if we all decide to sit down and allow the Democrats to run roughshod over our country, we will have a socialist nation. They will take it from us because they hate everything we believe. No matter how many times we bend the knee to them, they will not like us. A lot of people are fearful of seeing an attack article from CNN or MSNBC or all these woke bloggers. We need to get to the point where we say, I don't care. We need to get to a point where we say, I know what I'm fighting for, and I am willing to take every single arrow because I know that I am saving those arrows from hitting the people that I love. And so I'm asking you right now, and I'm not going to end this speech with a big hoorah. I'm giving you a true plea. I need reinforcements, and my reinforcements are sitting in this room, and my reinforcements are you. Thank you. My friends, I have to say, like I said, I'm honored to be in this generation because we have hard times coming. But I believe that hard times create strong people. And if we all decide to stand strong, we will create a nation that will save everything. Because if America falls, my friends, if America falls, there's nowhere we can fly to. The refugees, who I don't believe we need to be accepting endless refugees from other countries, but the people who, when their country falls, they try to come to America. If America falls, we have nowhere to go. So determine right now that you are going to make a commitment to make yourself the best version of yourself, to start consuming the information that you need to be able to go on offense against the Democrats, to go on offense against the socialists. Because, my friends, it is up to us. It truly is. But now, I know that if you guys wanted to hear a politician speak, you could just turn on CNN or you could turn on Fox News and you could hear him give a speech. If you guys don't mind, I would actually like to just take your questions. Christian, if you don't mind coming on stage. And guys, what a great job Christian has done with the Texas Youth Summit. It's incredible. But Christian, I'll allow you to take the lead. If you have any questions or the people have any questions, I'd love to take them. You're in command, brother.
Man, you've touched on your story a little bit, but your story's inspired so many in this generation, millennials, Gen Z. What do you tell people about overcoming adversity in life to be successful? Not necessarily a political question, but just a life question.
Well, you know what? I think a lot of people hear the idea that God will never give you more than you can handle. But my friends, I believe that's a lie. Because God will give us more than we can handle. But we can handle anything so long as we rely on Him. And so I tell you, hard times will come. Adversities will definitely come to your life. But if you decide right now to make sure that you have a strong foundation on the Lord, because I'll tell you, when I was sitting in the hospital room, I literally couldn't speak because my diaphragm was ruptured. I had a traumatic brain injury to the point I could barely speak. I was in more pain than I could imagine. But something that did not change were God promises in my life. And that is what inspired me to keep moving forward, because I knew that if I was alive, that meant that I could still make a difference for His kingdom. And that's what enabled me to push through.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Could you talk a little bit more about your faith and what it means to be a Christian serving in politics? And I mean, there's a lot of pools in Washington to go every which way, but how do you continue to walk the straight and narrow and be a man of integrity and do what God has called you to do?
Well, one, I know that if I start becoming a lying scumbag in Washington, my brother will beat the tar out of me. So I have decided because of that, I will always live in my district instead of Washington, D.C., because I found these people that go to Washington and actually live there full time. They get so caught up in chasing that next echelon of power and say, well, hey, I'll help my district once I get to this next level of power, but I need to do what I need to do now to be able to do it. But the next thing you know, it's been 15 years. They're still chasing this next echelon of power, and they've never done anything for the American people. And so the way that I stay grounded is I live in my district, and I look my people in the eye every single day, and I know what I'm there to do, and I'm there to serve them. And so I will tell you, being a Christian in Washington, D.C., I have people that come up to me all the time and say, hey, well, are you sure you're going to be able to divorce yourself of your faith so that you can, we'll have separation of church and state? And I look at them, and they hate this answer, but I say no. Because when they said separation of church and state, which is not in our Constitution, it was written in a letter, it's not actually in any formal document of our country, what that was meant is that we need to keep the government out of our churches, not the church out of our government. And one last thing I want to add on that is I will tell you, when they say that they're coming after the churches to shut down our churches, they're not trying to shut down every church. They're trying to shut down churches like this that preach the real truth. They want to have this third party of these woke pastors who are going to get up there and put the rubber stamp of our higher power on their terrible ideas. And so when they say they want to shut down churches, they just want to shut down true God-fearing, Bible-preaching churches. But they want to actually have churches that are filled with these woke pastors who validate everything that they do. So be on the lookout for false prophets who come and are only here to try and advance a political agenda.
Final question, and then take questions from the audience. What are the steps that young people can take to get to the place that you are? Because you touched on this, you want reinforcements, but how do young people get to the position? I think we have future congressmen, governors, state representatives, local elected leaders, county officials in this room, but how do they get to the steps? How do they take the right steps to get to where you are, Madison?
Well, one, I would highly recommend you getting involved on a campaign. Find a real patriot who's actually looking to get elected for the right reasons, and then go work on their campaign. Whether they lose or win, you're actually going to get to fundamentally understand how a campaign works. Because a lot of people, when they get into this campaign season, they start running around like chickens with their head cut off. But what you need to do is you need to figure out exactly how many votes you need to win. And then you need to go out and talk to that many people and say, hey, can I have your vote? And when they say yes, write their name down, write their phone number down. So then when election time comes, you have you and your team, and you're sitting there making phone calls to them saying, hey, I need you to show up to the polls. You told me you'd vote for me. I need you to do it now so we can save our country. But to the people here who are a lot younger than I am, because you need to be 25 years old to run for Congress. There's a few positions you can run for at 18 years old. But for those people that are in this room that are uneligible to run for Congress right now, it's time for you to start preparing. And so when I said that you need to start understanding what you're consuming, whether it's books, or podcasts, or the people that you listen to, or the friends you surround yourself with, get very intentional on surrounding yourselves, on divorcing yourselves of people, your peers, who are willing to settle for mediocrity. Because if we all surround ourselves with people who are willing to settle for mediocrity, we will do that ourselves. Push yourself. Surround yourselves with the people in this room because you're not alone. The media and social media wants to convince you that young conservatives don't exist, but take a look around this room. That's a freaking lie. And so surround yourselves with great people and consume the information. Read all the Federalist Papers. Understand our founding documents. Understand how special this nation is. Understand that it was founded on God-given principles that predate any form of government. And I think that'll make you the best you can be.
Awesome, awesome. Well, if you would you take some questions from our audience?
I would love to. Luke, we'll start with you.
Hey, my name is Anna Marie, and my question is, if we take the House in 2022, what's our first priority?
Well, Anna Marie, that's a fantastic question. Thank you. So, again, I think our first priority is we hear so many politicians saying right now, well, you know what, yeah, there were some problems in the 2020 election, but we need to start looking forward. I say no to that. We need to fix the problems that occurred in the 2020 election to make sure that we can have fair elections in the future. Because I tell you, when I see 10 people show up at a rally for the most popular president in all of history, I realize that they lied to us. And so one is, I think, fixing election integrity, then it'll be securing our border, then it's making sure that we're having America First policy, which is saying we're going to stop doing our manufacturing in China, no matter how much more it will cost us to do it here or do it in some American country. Bring all of our manufacturing back here and stop sharpening the sword that one day will kill us. So, great question.
First off, Congressman, thank you for your time. With election integrity, what is the answer? Is it a more dense cyber structure, or do we redesign the ballot?
So I think that's a two-pronged question. One, I'll go in reverse order. I do believe we need to redesign the ballot. Let states do it, because if you let Washington, D.C., the most corrupt city on the planet, get involved, we will for sure have messed up elections for the rest of history. But I think we need to allow our Republican states, I think you touched on this earlier, when we have so many states that have the trifecta of the governor, the Supreme Court in their state, and the House of Representatives and the state Senate, and they're not fixing the ballot system. Right now, if you create a fraudulent $1 bill, you're going to go to prison and you're going to have a $250,000 fine. But if you create a fraudulent ballot, what actually happens to you? It seems like nobody actually cares about that. So I think we need to make our ballots as sophisticated as our dollar bills are, so they are incredibly difficult to replicate and they're only printed in one place. But when it comes to the cyber structure, I think we need to start going after voter fraud the same way we go after white-collar crime. And we need to keep a record of the digital, which is just a bunch of line of code, of the digital voter record. Because I'll talk specifically for my state, every time they update the voter roll every single day, they delete the previous day's voter roll. And if we were to create basically a screenshot system, that was to be, which we are actually doing right now in North Carolina, but if we were to create a system that created a screenshot and held all the voter system, the voter file, and then we could match it up to whatever the voter file is at the end of the election and say, okay, so this person voted in person on the very first day of early voting, but then they changed their vote because then they received a mail-in ballot. What does that mean? Then we can go ask the person, hey, did you change your ballot? And more than likely they're going to say, I absolutely did not. And then we can then have the grounds to be able to overturn that election in that state. And so that would be what we would do on the cyber side. But that's a great question. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Juliana. I'm actually a new California refugee.
Welcome to freedom.
Thank you. Thank you. My question is, I understand that you want to, of course, invoke the 25th Amendment with President Biden, but I'm curious, what would you rather have, Biden's America or Kamala's? And the only reason I ask that is because obviously I do believe that Joe Biden is being a puppet, but I also believe that Kamala is conniving and she's knowing. She knows that she is, and she knows what she's doing. And me also being a woman, I would be absolutely devastated if Kamala was our first female president.
I want you to know that I empathize with exactly what you're saying. My team and I, we really, really were burdened with this question. It's, wow, if we get rid of Joe Biden, then we're left with Kamala Harris, who's a woke psycho. And although I do respect the office of the vice presidency, I'll let you know, but speaking about her beliefs, insane. But I believe that if we continue sitting here and wanting to just swing for the fences, there's really no system in our government or in our Constitution that allows us to move both the president and the vice president and their cabinet. And so this is kind of what I touched on earlier. We just need to be devoted that we will take them down one at a time. And if you want to become the president, you want to lead our country to an ash heap, then that's treasonous. And we will impeach you and we'll get you out of office. But I genuinely believe that if she takes power, she will overstep and she'll go outside of the enumerated powers, and that'll be grounds to impeach her. I think that although it's not a perfect solution, I realize that, we have someone who's in clear cognitive decline. He needs to be taken out as president. And this is not something that I relish. It's not a political talking point. I mean, we literally are seeing dead American patriots in Afghanistan. Why are we spending our blood and our treasure in some sandbox across the sea? We need to get our troops back home, but we need to do it with a president who's going to be able to actually execute that. And the current president we have right now is incapable of that. But I believe that we need to start holding people accountable. And it's not the perfect answer, but if we start holding people accountable, they'll realize, hey, I can't just start ruling the way that we have been able to do for the last 4 decades, because the patriot movement no longer is just going to sit idly by and say, oh, you can do whatever you want. They literally took out Joe Biden. I need to watch myself. And so I think it'll make them more cautious. But I agree. That would be awful if she was our first female president. I would much rather have a Candace Owens or somebody else.
So, what would you do about the situation in Afghanistan?
So, if we want to go back in history, I called President Trump right when they were saying, oh, well, this was President Trump's plan. And let me tell you, just a quick aside, getting to have the president's number, Donald Trump's number, is like the coolest thing in the world. Because anytime I run into like a major problem I don't understand how to solve, I just call Donald Trump, and then he's like, oh, that's easy, Madison. First, it's going to be huge. My idea is perfect, and this is, and it's a lot of fun. But so I called him when they were saying that, well, this was the president's plan, and I'll tell you, I called him to verify that, and that's a lie. His plan was fantastic. It was basically, use our existing troop presence there to get all of the Americans who want to leave. The Americans who want to stay, unless they're missionaries, that makes no sense to me. But get all of our Americans out, get the people, and I genuinely believe that if you actually served our country and saved our Marines and our Navy SEALs and our soldiers' lives, those are people that I'm willing to bring into the country. But these unvetted refugees, that's absolutely not something I'm willing to do. So I would have brought our allies that served alongside after a very strict vetting process. I would have brought them back, brought our American citizens back. Then I would have gotten all of our equipment out. And then I would have bombed our bases to smithereens. Because I will tell you, seeing the Taliban in our special forces gear, seeing them having night vision goggles and seeing them carrying M4s now instead of AK-47s, it's a paradigm that I'm not able to overcome. And seeing them mock what our Marines did on Iwo Jima with that photo, that makes me angrier than I can possibly imagine. But what I would do now is I'm not for nation building. I'm not for sending troops back in. But we need to go in. The people that killed our troops need to be held accountable. I know we just had an airstrike on ISIS-K and we killed a few of them. Every single one of them needs to be dead. And then we would send enough troops in, push out past the perimeter of the actual airport to create a vetting center so we can get all of our green card holders, all of our citizens back into the country, fly them out, then we bring our troops out. And that's what I would do now.
Hello, my name is Jennifer. My daughter is in the Navy, and now they're starting to mandate that all servicemen have the vaccine. I'm wondering if there's anything that Congress can do to stop Biden and Kamilala Ding Dong from requiring us, for the military and us, from having to have the vaccine. If we don't want to take the jab, we shouldn't have to.
Absolutely, I completely agree with that. So one, I'm sorry that your daughter's having to serve under an incompetent commander-in-chief, and I hope she's never put in harm's way because of that, and we will be praying for her. But my team and I, we will be releasing something soon. I'll put it on my Instagram or social media platforms. There is a way to request a religious exemption. You have to go to your commanding officer and say, hey, I would like to have a religious exemption. Then you can literally just call your pastor, have them sign something. She needs a religious exemption and they'll give you some reason. And then, so that is built into it. But right now, when you're asking, we need Congress to do something. Unfortunately, and this is something that frustrates me to no end, is the fact that the way our Constitution is written, until we actually have the majority, or 51% of the vote in Congress, there's really not much we can do. And that is something that I'm very sorry about. Once we take the majority back, as I believe we will try and stop this, and we will stop it. That's something I will work on personally. But right now, her best bet is to ask for a religious exemption. Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Howdy.
And also, if they start bringing down mandates on all of us, if they start telling us that you need a vaccine passport to go in and eat somewhere, or you need to resist, I mean, just don't comply. That's tyranny. And it's when tyranny becomes law, and this is a popular saying, but when tyranny becomes law, non-compliance and rebellion to that tyranny is duty. And so that's what I would say.
Yes. Hi, my name is Ryan, and I'm a political science major, and I was wanting to know what your stance is on gerrymandering and how the line should be drawn.
That's a really great question. I think it should be completely left up to the state legislatures, because the state legislature is what is closest to those people in that state. And so when you're voting on your state reps, realize that actually heavily affects what happens in the federal government, because they get to draw the congressional lines. I think they should be drawn in a fair way to be representative of those people. So obviously the idea of gerrymandering I'm against. But it should be left up to the state governments. There should be no federal law mandating what happens. The state should be able to decide that. And so I would say whatever the state decides, that's what the people want, because that's who they voted for. So yes. That's a hard one to clap for. I know that wasn't like the most exciting thing I've ever said. So.
Hi, I'm Mason. So my question is, what specifically should be done about the border crisis?
Yes. So number one, I think a physical barrier has got to be constructed. Even the wall that we have being built, I don't even like that one. I think it should be a 20-foot wall, like with freaking archers on top of it. And so, one, we need to build a wall. That's a great barrier. That's what every single Border Patrol agent says they need the most. Next, we need to give the Border Patrol agency as much funding as they need to have whether it's drones patrolling the border, to have the most high-tech security, so that if we to detect the vibrations that come from people tunneling, we can stop that immediately. We need to continue to have our Coast Guard monitoring the coastline as well as they can. But I genuinely believe that we need to stop all immigration right now. Because right now we have a major problem. And I'm not saying that I'm anti-immigration. We'll reopen it in a way that is best for America. But until we get our border locked down and still we stop the hemorrhaging that's going on our southern border, our country just can't handle it. And so, they used to say there's 10 million illegal immigrants in this country. The reports I'm seeing is I now believe there's actually close to over 20 million illegal immigrants in this country, which is something that's mind-boggling to me. I see why they want to come here. It makes sense to me. But unfortunately, we're not here to be the caretaker of the world. We're here to be the caretaker of the American citizens. And so we need to lock our border down, one with a border wall, and then, we need to remove a lot of the rules of engagement that Border Patrol has. Because we went down to the border, when we got to have some fun. Blake, was that in McAllen, Texas? We went down to McAllen, Texas, and I literally was sitting there in a wheelchair, smoking a cigar, because we're just going to sit here for a few hours, see what happens. We literally saw hundreds of people just crossing our border right then. And the fact that they weren't wearing Biden and Kamala shirts blew my mind, because they literally said, well, the Biden administration were promising us that we could come here. And our Border Patrol agency has now been turned into a greeting party, where they just take people in, they bring them in, they sit them down, and then within a few days, I actually had a hard time getting back to Washington for votes. And I'm on the phone very aggressively with the guy who was getting at my stuff. I said, Stephen, why do we have such a hard time getting me on these flights? I see 50 open seats. This doesn't make any sense. And we actually just released a bill on this, because I literally witnessed it myself. And then the other side of the cabin door opened. And then 50 immigrants came onto our plane that taxpayers were paying for. They had a giant, whether it was Boston or LA, they had a giant yellow envelope with a city written on it. And then two of them literally sat beside me. It was a cute little girl and her mother. And I talked to them. They spoke a little bit of English, and they had literally just crossed the border. And then taxpayers were paying to fly them into the interior of our country. And so we have a bill, which is the No Fly Act, which means no taxpayer money should be used to fly illegal immigrants into our country. It's awful.
What are your thoughts on critical race theory, and how would you advise students like us to stand up against it when it's happening in our classrooms every day?
Well, thank you for that. One, Charlie Kirk just released something incredible, which is the Education Board watch list. And so the Board of Education inside of your county determines what happens inside of your schools. They are in command of the superintendent. And so the best thing I would advise is, one, it's kind of useless for you just to sit there and try and beat your head against the teacher, because they answer to the superintendent or to whoever's in command of them. And so the best thing I would say is organize a large group of students who are like-minded, get your parents involved, and go to these student board meetings, these education board meetings. Because I will tell you right now, these people who are sitting on those boards, these local elected officials, they are not used to pressure. So we went to a few of these meetings, and they're not the most fun meetings to go to, I'll tell you that. But it's so necessary because this is the education you're having to go through. And so we actually went there, and these people are not, the greatest orators you've ever heard. They're not used to a lot of political pressure being applied to them. And we had hundreds of parents with us. We had hundreds of students with us. And we went there, and we just basically dressed them down to the point that they said, okay, masks are no longer mandatory in our classrooms. Because they're not used to having to take that kind of pressure. And so I would organize your parents and organize your students to go to those meetings. Are you in a private school or public school? Yes, so I would go to those meetings. They happen once a month normally. There's always some kind of weird rule of how you have to get there to speak, but go there and speak to these people and give them your real feelings and real heart. And these people are elected to actually be there to represent the people that they're elected to do. And so if they hear the people dressing them down and aggressively coming at them, meeting after meeting after meeting, they will crumble. Like they get 10 emails that are aggressively against them, and they freak out. And so I would recommend become very aggressive to them and let them have no rest until they stop with this critical race theory crap. Because it's literally teaching us, hey, well, okay, if you're this color, then you are an oppressor, and if you're this color, then you're oppressed. That's the most racist thing I've ever heard in my life. And so it needs to be confronted. And thank you for asking that question.
Hi, I'm Nathan Ramirez. I was wondering, on your way to a position in government, how did you avoid sinful influence?
That's a great question. One, since I was very young, I have read a proverb a day since I was about 6 years old, and that created a habit in my life of spending time with the Lord every single day. And that was in conjunction with actually doing a real Bible study. But one, you need to be very grounded in your faith before you go into that battlefield, because there is a lot of sin and there's a lot of temptation. But make sure you're grounded in your faith. Make sure you have real people around you. I wear a compass necklace around my neck, and there's several of the guys in my life who actually wear these as well. And this basically says, you have official authority to come into my life and speak into my life. And so you need to have friends who are around you who aren't just yes men, who aren't just going to say, oh, you're doing the greatest you've ever done. Because I tell you, if I was to give in to those kind of sins, those kind of temptations, Blake here, my chief of staff, he would come up and have a very difficult conversation with me. And so you need to make sure that you have influence in your life who will actually save you from those kind of sins. So.
Howdy.
You're not patriotic at all, are you?
Nah, not at all. I'm one of them crazy BLM people. That's a joke, please. No, that's a joke. Anyways, so I just want to say, our country truly needs to get back to, our founding and constitutional principles. What do you plan on doing to get there? Because everything is against the Constitution. In my opinion, I think permits to carry a gun are completely stupid and dumb. And Nasty Pickle is retarded and needs to get out of the way. But the 14th Amendment, Section 1, completely goes against forcing masks and things. And so it's how do we plan to get this? And if I just may add super quick, I have a whole bunch of friends and I that are actually planning to do a miniature travel thing in a camper called Freedom Fest, where we actually travel and teach the Constitution to people. And that's on my heart because I love that document with my life, and it's just I want that back in America. And how do we plan on bringing constitutional law back?
So I will tell you, being in Washington, D.C., I've been trying to fix that myself, but it's very difficult to do up there. So the answer to it is state government. And you know what? I know in the very beginning of the coronavirus, the governor here he made some weird decisions. But I will tell you, I really now believe that your governor here, a fellow man in a wheelchair, which he hasn't agreed to race me yet, which I think is just shameful. But I think your Governor Abbott, is doing a really great job. Governor Ron DeSantis is doing a really great job. And if every single governor was like those governors, or like your AG, Ken Paxton here, the attorney generals are the ones who are actually capable of suing the federal government to stop them from doing these unconstitutional mandates. And so you need to make sure that you have a great governor and you have a great attorney general. And then the people that you send to Congress, we literally have the power in Congress to be able to impeach a judge. Now, we haven't done that in a really long time because they can give you a lot of attack articles. But again, elect people who don't care what the left writes about them. Because it doesn't matter, like I said, it doesn't matter what you call me because you're not the one who called me, that you woke liberal journalists. They're crazy. And so you need to start electing people who are, if someone's going to try and legislate from the bench and not welcome an attorney general like the one you have here in Texas to be able to bring a lawsuit against the federal government, he should be impeached. And so you need congressmen who are going to impeach federal judges who don't do their job, and then you need governors and attorney generals who say, if you bring that to my state, you're going to meet the National Guard at the border and we will stop you.
I want to know, I don't have to say my name. I want to know what you were thinking when you had gotten the crash and you were in the hospital for all those months.
They weren't happy thoughts. You know, I really felt like my whole life had been just ripped away from me. And I was so angry. And I encourage you guys, if you're ever angry at God, I promise he can handle it. And so, you know, you always have to be respectful for him and you know, don't take his name in vain or anything, but feel free to have a very candid conversation with God. Because I had a very real conversation where I said, God, you gave me the spirit of a warrior, but then you had me attacked when I was asleep and I couldn't even fight back. Why would you do that to me? I want to be your servant. And I was just so upset. I felt like everything had been ripped away from me, but then I realized when I started looking around, because you know, I had been praying, I said, God, just send me to a battlefield. I want to win glory for your name. I started looking around when I was in this hospital recovering, and it was the Spinal Cord Rehabilitation Center. I started looking around. I said, wow, there are so many young men and young women in this hospital who are just like me, who had just had their life ripped away from them. And there were a lot of pastors who were coming to show up and talk to them, but you know, someone who can walk who's never had a spinal cord injury, it's very hard to try and listen to them try and empathize with you because you have no idea what I'm going through. And but then I realized God had put me in a tactical position to where I had the Mont Blanc and I was going through the exact same thing. I could go speak truth into these people's lives who were literally considering suicide. And once I realized, wow, God, you put me in a terrible place, but I was able to save the lives of hundreds of my new friends. That's what really got me through it. And just realize that no matter where you are, no matter what trial you're facing, when you are in the hard times, when you are on the front lines, that's when God is with you the most. And just realize that's when you are capable of being used the most. And so that's where my thoughts went after a very difficult time. Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Cawthorn. So I wanted to hear your opinion on how the news media is limiting our form of thinking, our form of language, not allowing us to say certain words, and how it's going to affect the next generation, and how you would best think, how you think it would best be to combat that and how to fight against that now and for the next generation.
So that is actually the battle of our time. You know, a lot of us in this room, we really got to be alive, and our children will think it's crazy. Because, you know, if we were to go back to like the 1930s when cars were really just starting to become really popular in America, or the 1920s, there really weren't a lot of laws on motor vehicles. And when we would go back, it's like there's no windshield, there's no seatbelts, there's no speed limits. Like, this is the freaking Wild West. This is crazy. I think our children are going to look at us the same way. And they'll be like, wow, you mean you were on social media when there were no laws governing social media? You mean when there was Section 230 that let them be exempt from civil lawsuits so they could do whatever they wanted to us? That we literally are living through the Wild West of social media, and now we're starting to see it become tyrannical because no one person should have the command over all the free speech and be the arbiter of truth in this country. And so I think we need to either, one, use some trust busting like they've done in the past and break these major companies up. Two, we need to repeal Section 230 so we can bring a civil lawsuit to say, hey, you are limiting my freedom of speech. Because I genuinely believe that social media is the new town square. And we need to start owning that area. Because if we don't, again, like I said, what you think in here and what enters your brains is what forms your heart. You're not consuming sound bites, you're molding your mind. And that's what they are wanting to control. And so I genuinely believe that we have got to put some kind of governing body. And if we take we had a great question from Anna Marie over here, what we were going to do when we take the House back. That's priority probably number 3, is to put social media in check and make sure it's fair for everybody.
Hi, I'm Summer Grimm, and first off, I want to thank you for being here. I first wanted to say that you have changed my perspective in a lot of things, and I'm not afraid to say that if it doesn't happen yet, that my big dream is to become the first female president of the United States. I want to change the United States for all Republicans and all Christians. And I wanted to get your intel on how you feel about teenagers wanting to protest against our government and how they should take steps forward in changing our government.
That's a great question. So you have a constitutional right to redress your government, as you know, so that means that you can go out and protest. Unfortunately, whenever we go out and protest, they call us terrorists, even though they're the ones who burn cities down and kill cops, and they're vile on the other side. So one, be peaceful about it. Obviously, don't go out there, just trying to overthrow the government. But protesting, I think, has a great spot. But I think that where you should really be focusing your time is, like I was saying, is consuming knowledge. Use Hillsdale College. Go through their Constitution 101. Go through their Founding Fathers. Understand the Federalist Papers. Understand exactly how our government works, because we're able to outmaneuver a lot of people in Washington, D.C., because they don't actually understand how our founding documents work and how how the body of Congress is governed. And so because we actually understand that, my chief and I, we were homeschooled. We studied that all the time doing classical education. And so we're able to outmaneuver people a lot with that. But if you will either send me a message on Instagram and just tell me who you are, and then I will give you my email. When you do start running for office, email me and we'll come help you.
Madison, people aren't leaving. They're positioning themselves to get pictures with you afterward.
Oh, fantastic. I would love that.
Yeah, they're excited for it. So with your staff's permission, it's up to them. We want to get some pictures with you as well.
Where do you want to do it, brother?
Your staff already has it set up, man. So it's awesome. So, but we have time for a few more questions and maybe one or two more questions, if that's all right.
Great, yeah, let's do two more. We'll here and here. And then...
Hi, Madison. I just first want to say thank you for everything you're doing for our country and constantly fighting for all of us. So I want to preface by saying, hi, I'm Riley Ferguson. I'm 19 years old and I'm a proud paleoconservative from just south of Houston. And the plan right now, in 2 years I will be sitting in Austin, Texas, and then in 6 years I will be in Washington, D.C. fighting for this country.
That's the backup I need.
My question for you is, what advice do you have for someone like me who's already doing all the right things I need to do? Like, I'm already in all the right Republican organizations, already advocating for conservative policies on my campus, on my social media, so that I'm better prepared when I get to that point, so that I'm not, failing, I guess.
What exactly are you asking?
I just want to know, what's your advice so that I'm better prepared whenever I get there?
That's fantastic. So you're planning on running for state government very soon. You'll be in Austin soon. One, I would look up exactly which district you want to run in that state, figure out where the lines are, and then make yourself a staple in that government. And if you get invited to go speak at a men's prayer breakfast at 6 a.m., this is what a lot of politicians skip. They're like, oh, no, I only want to go to the black tie events and dress up. Let me tell you, when you coming to speak at this is a lot of fun. Getting to have put something that smells good on, put on a nice suit, and go hang out with a really big event. That's the easy stuff. The people that I see that actually do get elected are the ones who tirelessly go and meet with their constituents, no matter how many there are. If you get invited to come speak to a women's Bible study that's at night with just 3 people, go and speak to them, and then take a great picture of it, put it on social media, and all the people in your district are going to realize, wow, she is willing to just go and meet 3 people. She is willing to fight for me no matter how big or how little I am. And I think that's the biggest thing. So figure out exactly the lines of your area. Go through exactly how many people are allowed to vote. You can use a system called I-360, and then figure out your magic number of how many it takes to win, and then go get that number. Okay,
awesome.
Last one right here.
Yep, final question, mom and son, so we'll just take them both at the same time.
Both, all right.
Okay. Congressman, thank you so much for being here and answering all of our questions. Very much inspired by you. My question is, as a current school board member in the state of California with a conservative heart, what is Congress doing to really address the woke curriculum that's coming down? I know each state has its own curriculum, but really coming from Congress to support actual data that's math-driven, science-driven, not racial-driven. I really want to hear what Congress is doing to support that.
So I will tell you, I just had the great opportunity and the great pleasure of getting to have a fact-finding committee hearing with the Secretary of Education. And I went through and said, hey, have you ever been to Pisgah High in my district? And he said, oh, no, I've never been there. So, well, hey, are you aware of the problems that are going on at North Henderson High School? Because you understand that there's a really big issue going on there with a big case that's going on. Are you understanding that? He said, no, I haven't. And then I looked at him and said, so you've never been to any of the schools in my district, but you think that you are equipped to be able to tell them what they need to do. I think we need to send the parents the power completely back to the parents. Let them be on the school board. Let them make the decisions for what their children need. And so I'm openly calling for this. And a lot of people are really pushed back on it. They're like, whoa, why would we do that? We need to abolish the Federal Department of Education. A bureaucrat hundreds of miles away from here in Washington has no business telling your son what he should learn. And so I genuinely believe, we need to be teaching them more math and science. We need to be teaching them how to handle their financials when they graduate high school. We need to be teaching them how to actually live life instead of this woke ideology. And young man, I'll take your question.
My question is, who inspired you to run for Congress?
Alexander Hamilton is probably my biggest inspiration. He was young, and he said, I don't care how young I am, I'm going to go fight for my country. I'm going to build this country. I'm going to create our financial system, no matter what problems I face. And he was tirelessly working, risking everything all the time. And I think that's really incredible. Theodore Roosevelt's another person I really look up to. He had a lot of, he was just a man who got things done on his own. And so I would say, if you want to read some great books, read about Theodore Roosevelt, read about Augustus Caesar. Really, obviously, you don't want to become an emperor. But you should study him quite a bit, and then I would say probably Caesar, Alexander Hamilton, and Theodore Roosevelt. Those are my biggest inspirations. So, yeah.
Awesome. Well, Madison, it's been such an honor to have you come all the way down from North Carolina. You mentioned McAllen. Our next summit is actually going to be this fall in McAllen, the Rio Grande Valley. So we're going to go take this summit down there.
Fantastic.
We're going to have a great time. I know you're super busy, but maybe consider coming back.
If it's on a day I'm not in Congress, we'll be there.
All right, brother.
Yep.
We'll give it up for Madison Cawthorn, everyone.
Thanks, man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Give it up for Madison Cawthorn. So guys, I want to end with a challenge to you. First, this one's very practical. If you see any trash around you, please help our team pick it up. Any trash, any gum, any food, any crumb, if you could, pick it up. And make this place a clean place. Also, let's give one more round of applause for Mims Baptist Church for letting us host this event here.